the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give it up. Don't be I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give it up. Don't be love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no
What up,
friend to me.
man?
It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble?
won't ever, ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. We about to get into it. But before I get into that, let me get into the chat. Commander, the Minister of Defense, the General is in the building. Lady of the Nine. What it do with the business is stop playing with me. Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. Dee. They can't do it like that, Dee. They try, but they can't do it. My brother, my 33, Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown. What it do with the business is stop playing with me. What up, Nine? Appreciate you. Who else we got in the building? Sports Chat checking in. Mr. 33. People. What it do with the business is. Check this out. I had a conversation with my bro today, and I'm like, you know what, man? Let's get a little bit more aggressive with the content, the information, because we ain't here to entertain. We're here to explain, right? So we've been talking in 2D. I want to crank it up to 3D, right? What 2D is white and black. You know, that's how most people think. It either is or it ain't. Think of it like this: using things. That's what 2D is. When you use things, we got to get to the point where we're utilizing things. We can take something and use it for something that it wasn't created for. That's what creativity. This is how innovation is. This is how people take one thing and make something else out of it, right? So let's be more intentional, because I don't want my nines to survive. I want my nines to thrive, right? So we're talking about thriving, not surviving. So today we're talking about the hidden power within. Power of emotion. There's a reason. I done told y'all this before, and I'm gonna say it again and again and again and again and again. The reason they don't teach you about your emotions in school or nowhere else, because if they did, they wouldn't be able to manipulate you. If you was in control of your emotion, then they couldn't control it. They can't control it. And that's how manipulation works, because emotions influence thought. Thought dictates action. So if you can control someone's emotions, you can control their actions. This is why they don't teach you that, right? They don't. So if you look at the word emotion itself, it's actually a compound word. Emotions is energy in motion. So we know what energy does. Energy creates things, right? Everything's created through some form of energy. If it's us exerting energy, physically using our hands, that's energy. You know, emotions is what sparks will, desire. Emotions make a man run through a wall, or it'll make a man crawl up in a ball and cry, depending on what frequency of energy they putting out. Are you on a higher spectrum or the lower spectrum? But we know emotion is the key, right? And if you don't know, now you do. And just like G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. So the hidden power within our emotion. Why is that so important? Right? How is our emotions a hidden power? I just told you. If you can control your emotion, you can control your thoughts. Think about it like this. When you're sad, are you thinking about being creative? When you're sad, are you thinking about being resilient? When you're sad, are you thinking about getting anything done? No. When you're afraid, you can't be courageous. When you're afraid, you can't be inspiring. Those emotions, those lower emotions, will dictate how you perceive life. Or the higher emotions, if you high or low, it will dictate how you perceive life. How you perceive life is how you go about life. So if you, like I told you before, belief or believing, that's an emotion. People want to say no, it's not. It's an emotion. you feel when you believe things. It's a feeling. Belief is a feeling. So if I can get you to believe in something, when you believe in things, you attack it differently. When you don't believe in things, you approach it differently. So if I believe I can fly, I'm going to figure out a way to fly. Now, consciously, I might know, okay, I'm not about to get on the roof and jump and think I can fly. But if I believe I can fly, I might create something to allow me to fly, like the Wright brothers did. Them people believe they can fly. And you know what they did? They created a freaking airplane because they believed in themselves. No matter how many times they got it wrong, they believed that they'd get it right. So they continuously. So your belief in things will determine how you approach it. All this is mindset. When you go from feeling to thought, it creates a perception, how you look at things. How you look at things will dictate how you go about it. So if you look at things in a positive way, you'll approach it in a positive way. If you look at things in a negative way, you'll approach it in a negative way. If you believe that you have no value, you allow people to devalue you. But if you believe you have high value, you will only put yourself amongst people who value you. So it's a concept that's so within, so without. The way you feel inside is the way you will interact on the outside. So if you don't believe in yourself, 9 times out of 10, the people around you won't believe in you neither. But if you believe in yourself and you're confident and you back that up with action, people behind you will believe in you too. Even when things don't look good, they'd be like, you know what? I believe in them. So belief is the key. I'm not going to talk about the application, right? I'm not going to talk about the application. We're going to do the application in another live. I'm going to do a members live. So look, this is what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start presenting certain concepts, certain ideology, things to frame. I'm going to present it. I'm going to present the concept of it. But then in a members live, I'm going to present the application, how you apply it. How can you actually do it? So if you ain't got that $1.99 membership, it's about to be worth it because I'm about to do a lot more members live. So if you can, not only support me, but support yourself. We're going to talk about the application. If you're really serious about this mindset shifting, if you're really serious about this personal development, I'm going to show you I'm serious too. And by you supporting me, I'm definitely going to get the information to support you. $1.99. Anyway, back to the topic. So the belief. Like I said, belief is the strongest emotion. People say love. People say hate. 2 different ends of the spectrum, but they're very strong. But belief will allow you to love. Belief will allow you to hate. Belief is the strongest emotion. Now, they don't tell you that on the emotional spectrum. They don't even place belief. But again, this is why they don't. Because if they did, they wouldn't be able to control you. If you knew, you wouldn't be able to be manipulated. That's how they control you. It's through manipulation. How you control through manipulation? Through your emotions. If they can make you believe you're worthless, that's how you go approach life. Worthless. That's why it hurts me to hear so many people on this app, content creators, that's supposed to be motivational speakers, supposed to be self-help gurus. They're encouraging people to be mediocre. They're encouraging people. And that's just projection of themselves. Me, I'm going to tell you to shoot high. Like Les Brown say, shoot for the moon. And if you miss, at least you amongst the stars. If you aim low, you go shoot low and you go get low. If you set your standards or your goals or your objectives low and you hit it, that's what you get. You get low. If you miss it, you go get even lower. But if you set your goals high and you miss it, you still gonna be high. You're gonna be a lot further than what you was before you started. I'm not telling you to be reckless. I'm telling you to be strategical. We gonna go over that. I even built on that. You create a big goal, and then you create a bunch of small goals that add up to that big goal that help you obtain that big goal. That's strategy. So now I'm not telling you to go be a doctor without telling you to take the proper steps, put yourself in the environment around the people to see if this is even what you want. No, I'm not telling you that. But the power within you are your emotions. And if you don't control them, someone else will. And 9 times out of 10, for the majority of us, especially even me, for the majority of my life, people was controlling my emotion. It's like that puppet on a string. This is why I preach emotional intelligence. If you don't control your emotions, someone else will. This is how people get triggered. Because they're not in full control of their emotion. So if someone can trigger you, they can get you to act out of character. They can get you to act capricious. You will be in a reactive mode versus a response mode. Responding is in total control. It's a thoughtful process. Reactive is impulsive. Something you do on a whim. So if you can gain control over your emotions, you gain control over your perception, the way you look at life. If you can control the way you look at life, you can control the way you go about life. If you don't think you're good enough to achieve something, you would never become creative enough to figure out a way to achieve it. You'll never do that. But if you can control your perception, failure will be a process of learning. If you can't control your perception, failure will be the end. How often have you seen or you yourself failed at something and never tried it again? Never tried it again. How many times have someone asked you to try something and instead of figuring out a way to get it done, you make excuses of why it can't be done? That's because how you felt about it. Listen to what I'm telling you. This ain't going over your head. This is Gerber baby food right now. So I know this ain't going over nobody's head. And I know we all observed and experienced it. How many times has someone said, hey, let's do this? And you're like, nah, man, because X, Y, and Z. You never tried it a day in your life. Well, I seen it, and I seen this other guy fell at it. I seen this other girl fell at it. And nah, I don't think it can be done. How many times have you experienced that by asking someone or you did that yourself? That's because the way you felt about it. The way you feel about things make you perceive it. If you tell yourself you can't do something, it won't get done. If you tell yourself you can do something, you'll find a way to get it done. Even if someone asks you to do something, right? And this is with the more positive aspect, right? Someone asks you to do something. I'm not going to go to no extremes, but sometimes before you make an excuse, if you evaluate the situation, you try to figure out a way to get it done and you don't see it, that's fine. That's not the same as making an excuse on why. You actually took the time, evaluated the situation. These are habits you have to create to get rid of old. The force, even if somebody told you something crazy, hey, let's go skydiving. Don't just say no. Create an understanding of how you can get it done. And if you can't think of a way you can get it done, then it's okay to say no. But at least create that habit of looking for ways to get things done before you look for ways to not get it done. Even if you take that time and evaluate, and you analyze like, okay, this is not possible. Take the time, rack your brain, figure out how to get it done before you look at why it ain't possible. And that is how we deprogram. It's by creating new habits. You have to replace the old habits with the new habits. You can touch the sky. I touch the sky every day. I just reach up and rub it. I ain't touched no cloud, but I touched the sky. Actually, I'm gonna be quiet. I touched clouds before. Yeah, we touched clouds before. So it's possible. Definitely possible to touch the clouds. But all of this, the hidden power within you, is your emotions. That's the foundation. Once you are able to not only control the emotions, but express them in a beneficial way to yourself, you will control your perception and how you approach life. That's the key, is how you approach life. The extreme of skydiving. But that's how you approach life, how you perceive it. But how you perceive it is how you feel about it. This is the formula. So sometimes you might have, well, we'll talk about that in the application. We'll talk about that. I'll do that later on next week. We'll talk about the application later on next week. But the power itself is how you perceive life. The foundation of how you perceive life is how you feel about it. If you don't feel like you can achieve something, if you don't feel, this is, you ever hear someone say, gosh, I can't repeat that. That was, from a client. I was helping a client today and, I don't want to disclose. But anyway, so like when, say if a person ain't happy at their job, right? And they continuously complain about the job, but never seek a new job. Why do you think that is? Why do you think people complain about things but never do nothing about it? Because they don't believe they can. Anybody can go get a new job. So why would people sit there and take what they take out of a job that they don't like, they don't love? Because they don't believe they can get anything better. But a person who believes, once it become a problem, they leave. They go get a new job. I got a friend who had 8 different jobs in the last 2 years. 8 different jobs. He knew his value though. He knew that he can go get a job anytime he want to. Why did he know that? Because he believed in himself. He believed in himself. Now in the membership live, we're going to talk about different techniques and different practices of how to increase your belief. We're going to talk about how to increase the belief. But he believed in himself. I walked away from a job making good money, great benefits, 401k, retirement plan. I was doing it for 13 years. I only had 12 more years to go, right? 12 years to go. and I walked away from it. You know why I walked away from it? Because I believed that I can do better, that I can get better. And I did. I went into a job from getting a guaranteed check to working off commission because I believed in myself. I knew I was a hard worker. All I needed was an opportunity. And then I began to learn how to create my opportunity. But this is what belief will do. Not only did I believe, only thing I needed was an opportunity, I start creating my opportunity. Chris, what up, though, my bro? Appreciate you. I was in your bushes earlier, bro. I was in your bushes. And yesterday. I be watching your paint shows. It's kind of relaxing, man. Mixing that paint, bro. But I believed in myself, man. But once you gain control of the emotions, you can even redefine the perception, how you look at life. And that's how you approach it. If you feel afraid, you go think afraid, then you go act afraid. If you feel afraid, you go think afraid, then you go act afraid. If you feel confident, you go think confident, then you go be confident. If you feel confident, if you go think confident, then you go be confident. Even when adversity comes, even when you face an adversity, if you feel confident, when adversity comes, you will think confident. And that thinking confident, you will be able to, you will become creative. Even if you get knocked down, you'll figure ways how not only how to get up, but how to prevent yourself from getting knocked down. You will get creative. That's where innovation starts at. The belief it can be done. But without that, people don't even think that they can determine their path in life. People don't believe that. But what does that say about the person? There's a reason. You know what separates the successful and unsuccessful people? The belief in self. The belief in self. The way they feel about themselves. That's what separates the successful and unsuccessful. Some people get lucky sometimes, luck a strike, and they may achieve something that they ain't tried to. I'm talking about being intentional, though. But what separates a successful person and unsuccessful person is the belief in self. Do you know how many times Ford fucked up on a car before he got it? Right? All them failures that he had, people was telling him you crazy. People wrote him off. But when he started riding down the street in that car, everybody loved him. He believed in himself. This is why great people do great things. But that's the hidden power within you. And if you don't use it, somebody go use you. If you don't control your emotions, somebody go control them for you. And they go use you to their benefit. They go harness your power for themselves. I'm gonna drop the link. That's all I had to say, though. That's all I had to say. I do get two concepts I want to present this week. You know, Brother Gary was picking my brain doing filibusters earlier. And I still ain't got them on board, but God damn it, I'm gonna get them. That's why it's called self-control, to control emotion. My brother, I'm telling like people, um, like even when it's like these kinds of like self-control. People don't know how important it is to self-mastery, not only practice it but to obtain it. Because if you don't have self-control, someone else will control you. And think about any trigger you have. It sparks off of the way you feel. Anytime you trigger, it's because of the way you feel. So if I can trigger you, I can get you to act impulsive. I can get you to act capricious. Now I'm in control. Now I'm the puppet master. I've seen people lose jobs. I've seen people lose wives, families. I've seen people lose their freedom because they couldn't control their emotions. And because they couldn't control their emotions, they didn't control their thoughts. And because they didn't control their thoughts, they didn't control their action. And this is the crazy thing. This is reality, right? I don't really care about how things should be because that's just not reality. I look how things are. Okay, it's some messed up people out here who do things, right? To trick you out your spot. They do things to get you to be impulsive, to get you to be reactive. There's people out here to do it. So we can sit up here and say, well, it should be this way, but the reality is it's not. And these people aren't just, out on the street. These people are your bosses. These people are your politicians. These people manipulate your emotions to get you to benefit them. I don't want to say it's a game to them, but at the end of the day, they play you like one. Almost at any job you work, you expendable. They use you, so they use you up, then they go hire somebody else. Even when people come to your house, when people come to your house trying to sell you stuff, they don't care about you. They trying to get the sale. So they use tactics like fear of loss. They teach that. They teach people to manipulate you, to buy the product. These people trying to feed their family, and to feed their family, they got to manipulate you. So this is a constant war over your emotion. When you go into a store and people run up trying to sell you stuff, they trying to manipulate you. When you go look for a car, the car salesman don't care what's beneficial to you. They trying to get you. They trying to get that commission. So yeah, they gonna try to manipulate you. And all manipulation starts on the emotional aspect. This is the power within you. So if you don't control it, someone else will. To put the hard work in, Chris, and you're right. And that's why I challenge people over here. And that's why I give them the tools too. It ain't easy, but it's very doable. And the more you practice it, just like riding a bike, the easier it get. When you first start riding the bike, you take them training wheels off, you might fall a couple times. 2 weeks later, you popping wheelies. You know what I'm saying? A year later, you on a BMX tour doing flips and stuff. The more you put the work in, the better you get at it. My 33 brother, Mr. Gary Busted Down Brown.
What up, though? It's funny that you said, about the children riding the bike, right? My question is, why is so many people afraid to not lean on their emotion?
because they have no control of them. Emotions, if you don't have control of your emotions, they're unpredictable. It's like when I was talking earlier to you, control chaos, man.
Oh boy,
You
there
know,
you go.
people don't like to feel bad, man. People don't like to feel sad. They don't understand. Most people don't even know why they feel the way they feel, bro. Most people don't even know why. I was on a panel last night and they was talking about emotional regulation and emotional trigger. And they kicked it back. Like most things that affect us emotionally now stem from our childhood. And that's true. Most things, the way you feel about things now, that was built from your childhood. Most things. I'm not saying all, because you get introduced to newer things. But the perception
Right.
that most people have about life, that's structured in your childhood. That's built in your childhood until you learn something new. But about time you hit that young adult age, 18, 19, you already perceive life a certain way. And until you get introduced to new nuances, you already have a perception of life. So even trauma, you know why we have trauma? Because a lot of times we didn't know how to deal with that emotion in that time that we felt it. So I got abused when I was younger. My stepdad used to beat the shit out of me, right? So I had childhood trauma from that. And when I got older, this is what that did. That made me start lifting weights, bro. I started lifting weights when I was like 12, 13. By the time I was 14, bro, I was like 5'10", 200 pounds. I was solid. And I had in my mind, like, you ain't gonna put your hands on me no more. But you know what that did to me? You know how that traumatized me? I ain't take shit from nobody, bro. Nobody. I was fighting grown men. Like anybody, I was big enough to defend myself now. See, trauma works in different ways. It can break you or it can break you. But it can break you in a different way. The way it broke me was I had no understanding of me hurting people because I was hurt. So I was broken. I was hurting people because I was hurt. If I felt like anybody was trying to prevent me or stop me from doing something, I lashed out. You couldn't disrespect me. You couldn't just say anything you wanted to me because I would lash out. That's brokenness, bro.
So, oh my, oh wow. Shout out to brokenness. I spoke about that the other day. Sometimes when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired. Now, which break are you talking about? You talking about the BREAK or the BRAKE? Which break are you talking about? Which one enhanced you to say, you know what, this is gonna stop, right? Did it break you or did you break it? You know what I mean?
No, it broke me. I was broken because that's not who I was. That's not who I was. I turned to I like people get addicted to sex, people get addicted to drugs. I was addicted to violence, but I have morals, so I needed a justification. I needed to be justified to be violent, and so sometimes I created situations where I can be justified to hurt somebody. That's how I know I had an addiction. That I'm being 100% honest with you, bro. I had an addiction. I would put people in position for me to do harm to them because I wanted to justify what I was doing.
That's crazy. I was laughing at what we was talking about earlier. The craftiness of making things happen.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you. Bro, you don't I don't, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even want to tell you the methodologies because it's some people I'm cool with now that I put them in a blender like that, and if they hear it, they be like, "You mother." Well, I say anyway. So I used to do stuff like this. Let me think of a good example. Okay. So one day it was just I was cool with this dude, but I didn't like him. I didn't really like him.
Damn.
And I
How
knew
you
he
cool with
had
somebody you don't
a
like?
I was
This
cool
is
with
you
him, I
with
just
that
didn't like
double-edged
him.
sword. All right,
No,
I
you ain't
guess.
never been cool with somebody you ain't like. It's like you in the vicinity, like he a friend of a friend, he always around. I just don't like him.
Oh, you just so he's just an associate.
Yeah, he was an associate. But he cool now. I
God
like him
damn.
now. You know, I like him now. I didn't like him when we was younger. I ain't like him, bro. I didn't. He was a pretty boy, man. I didn't like pretty boys like that. I
Oh,
ain't like
Pretty
pretty
Ricky.
boys like
That's
that.
what they call him.
Yeah. So what I did was he used to always bring his girl around. So I was just being nice to his girl, but he was very possessive. So I knew if I keep being nice to her, that he was gonna feel some type of way. And it took like a week. And he finally said something like, "Bro, you trying to push up on my girl?" I'm like, "No, man, I'm just being nice to her." And this is how I triggered him. And I'm like, I'm sorry if I can, if I'm nice to her, you not. I'm just showing her how a man's supposed to treat her. And he pushed me, and I beat the shit out of him. It took 2 weeks for that to happen, bro. 2 weeks. I waited patiently. But when it happened, I enjoyed it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. Nate the Great is in the building.
What up, though? What up, Nate? So here's another question, right? You see how like why is it that most adults are afraid to lean on somebody when they're going through something, right? Like, a trauma or an emotional breakdown. Why is it so hard for an adult nowadays to lean on somebody when they're going through a situation of being emotional? You think?
Now, that has variables to it. We have to look at it from an individual case, but I'm gonna give you some reasons, right? One, people don't trust their own judgment to think a person reliable enough to be vulnerable. I think that's a big one. People don't trust themselves, and this is what they say. This is how you identify that. Ain't nobody trustworthy. You ever hear people say that you can't trust nobody? What that is
Mm-hmm.
saying, when people say that, what they're projecting is the fact that they can't depend or they can't rely on their own judgment. The person that is reliable. You can't just say everyone. That's asinine to believe one is reliable. But that's what people do. People will project, but that's what it is. That's what it stems from. It's their own insecurity of judgment. To be able to select a person trustworthy enough to be vulnerable to. I think that's a big one. I think that would cover probably about 40 to 50% of the people who do that. Another one is um, just the fact that they don't want to be vulnerable to people.
That was it. Did we lose him?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Did we lose him? Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me? Oh,
I hear
hold
you
on, the
now.
mic. Hold on, man, the mic didn't shit. Oh man, yeah, this switch.
Yeah, I think it did, but you was gone for about 20 seconds.
What was the last thing? Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. I forgot. It blacked out. You was talking and then
Yeah, so I
I
mean,
ain't even
I
gonna lie to
think
you. Chat, where you at? What's the last thing he said? I think that embarrassment plays a large role in anything emotional. I'll let you break down the ego side of it. I don't, I know a lot of people may think ego is not an emotion. I just think that ego plays a lot of role as well as embarrassment in the acts of, because your ego, I can't let nobody see what I'm going through emotionally. I can't let nobody see if I'm crying. I can't let nobody see that I'm going through this worryation stage, right? Whether it's you losing your car, you losing your house, you losing this or that. Your ego or well, some people might say pride, some people may say ego, but whatever it is, it plays a large role in your emotional storage. It's adding to your baggage of emotional situations because you don't want to let it go. You just building and building and building. Then the bag gets too heavy, and then the bag rips apart because you can't. Your emotions can't be held in that bag anymore. So I think that a lot of it is being embarrassed and having the ego to not have no one to feel like they can have that conversation with to lighten their load, so to speak.
You know why the ego is created in the bad light? You want to know why? I don't think well, probably to most people problems are the ego, but the ego ain't the problem. The ego, the ego is there to protect you. That's what the ego does. It's there, but you're not in control of it. It will hurt. When you look at your ego, your instinctive desire, that's the part of the ego that's bad. You don't have control over it, or the super ego is bad. So, but mainly, that instinctive desire, like you said, embarrassment. Your ego protects you from feeling. But why are you embarrassed in the first place? What are you embarrassed in? So it's not the ego. The ego is doing its job. It's protecting you. But it's you, not the ego. That's the problem. So when people like associate ego with something negative, it's because we are not. We don't know about these things, but the ego is trying to protect you. It's the perfect weapon to protect you. The ego is like your firewall. If you associate it to a computer, it's like a firewall, bro. That's what is protecting you from yourself or the outside. It's supposed to protect you from the outside. But if you put a wall up, bro, if you put a wall around you, what happens? Not only is you protected from the outside, but now you're trapped in. That's what your ego does when you're not in control of
Okay, so if it traps you in, right, wouldn't it trap wouldn't it trap all of your emotional attachments as well? If it's like that firewall, doesn't it trap everything that's within you as well? Right? Like, oh shit, I can't let nobody I feel bad because uh 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 this woman left me. I can't let nobody feel bad because this man has uh physically physically put his hands on me or whatever it is, right? Doesn't that have a part of the ego? Isn't that part of the ego as well? Or is that just an emotional thing?
it. It's your instinctive desire. That's the part of you that that's the fight or flight straight. So when you build on something around this,
Your mic is switching on and off, I think.
can you hear me now?
I hear you a little better.
Okay, let me put it back on the big mic. And then I repeat that. What files? What up, though, Sam? Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Time is bad.
But Fox, what's
I
going
got
on?
you.
Mm-hmm.
My biz ad. My biz ad. I'm back. Guess who's back?
Shout out to the 313.
Tell a friend, rub my back, rub my. Anyway, so when you build a wall around it, you're not only preventing the bad things from getting in, but also the good. So, like, even the concept you presented, like a woman being abused, right? Now she didn't put this wall up. Now her ego is protecting her. Her instinctive desires to survive. Now she got this concept that all men are bad. Not really understanding what made that man bad for her. Now she just completely shut everyone out. And she feels protected if she keep men out. But you're actually more harmed because you preventing the good men to come into your life. So it's not that the ego is doing its job, it's preventing you from being harmed, but it's also preventing you from being loved. Just the same way it can prevent you from being hurt, it can prevent you from being helped. That's why they say don't trust nobody. That's one of the most asinine things I've heard people say. Don't trust nobody. Because what you're saying is you yourself is not trustworthy because you are somebody. So if you can't trust nobody, you're subconsciously telling yourself, don't even trust yourself. And if you look at people who say that, 9 times out of 10, they don't trust themselves either.
Riders in the building. What up, though?
Ride or die. You want it. We live it. What up, Riders?
I kind of agree with that, right? Because I always have the philosophy, right? You know, no man is an island, right? That means like nobody is supposed to be going through situations by themselves largely, right? Like you can isolate yourself, obviously, right? But to be on an island by yourself for a long period of time, it's very, I think that's more traumatizing than anything, right? Because that's when you don't know how to be social. That's when you don't know how to trust anybody. That's when you want to literally keep everything to yourself. Some might say it's a hermit type attribute, right? Because you out there by yourself. You don't want to be bothered. You want to be away from people. You want to be all of those things. So I think, I think people really need to understand the emotional situations or traits or attributes that can be very damaging to themselves, but they also have to understand the other part that makes it a duality to a thing, or even if you want to say it opposes what we were just talking about. You have to understand both sides and see how to not control it, maybe balance it. I don't know, because some people don't know how to control themselves. But if you can balance it, then it could be somewhat of a control, because people may not think balance and control is the same thing.
Well, balancing is a form of control. So, I mean, if you balancing something, you have to have control of it to even balance it, or it'll just be out of whack. It'll be one way or the other way if it's not balanced. So that's a form of control. And real quick, I made a new drop. It's a troll drop. We don't get many trolls, but when we do, this is what we go do.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Get him out. Ready? Are you ready? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get the hell out of here.
Okay.
I see you just put him in the lab again. I see.
Back to the regular schedule program. Get him out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
You like that, Commander? Yeah, I thought about you when I made that, Commander.
Oh my God. He gonna get you out of here.
I was like, damn, I wish I had this when Ghost was on the panel.
Oh shit. There you go.
That would have been perfect. But yeah, so even even our ego, bro. Like most people ain't educated, and like I said, what you don't control will gain control of you, even yourself. If you
Mm,
don't master your emotions go dominate you. You
mm-hmm.
will fall slave to your own emotions, bro. If you don't control them, life is about control. That's what power is, bro. Power is having control.
Mm-hmm. Control, dominion, however you want to see it. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I think, like I just said earlier, I think the knowing of the attributes of the emotions, you know, I don't think too many people know. They only know the regular or fundamental things of emotion. You know, love, hate, uh, flight or run or stay still, whatever. Right? I think they know the very basics. I don't know if people take the time to understand there's more emotional attributes that can lead you in whatever way you're going, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter, right? But I think there's more things that triggers emotions than just love or hate or anything like that. I just think that people don't truly understand what emotions really is.
Well, that's why, like, even when I'm teaching emotional intelligence, the first step is emotional awareness. Be aware of not only what you're feeling, but why you're feeling it. You have to identify things. You have to find the
Mm-hmm.
root or the source of things. Like, when I hear people say, like, when they trigger. When I first became aware of my triggers, you know what I did? I stayed away from things that triggered me. But then I realized, like,
Mm-hmm.
just living life, man, I can try to evade these things that trigger me, but I'm gonna have to face them one day. So once I came to that understanding, what I began to do is try to understand why I'm triggered from these things. Once I understood why I was triggered, I was able to take action and heal. A lot of the times you're triggered from things because they hurt. So if you can
Mm-hmm.
heal from what hurts you, it can't hurt you no more. So I slowly,
Right.
and I'm still working, like Chris said earlier, it's a process in life. I'm still working on different triggers because in different times of my life, like me having kids, that's a whole new trigger mechanism for me. That's a whole new concept of being triggered to me just by having kids, bro. So now I still have to learn how not to be triggered by certain things, right? When it comes to my kids. But me ultimately, I can sit in front of like I it's certain is conditions I have to be in for me to actually be triggered by people. Certain conditions I will be triggered. But even when I'm triggered, I'm still able to maintain a high level of control of self, even though I'm triggered. Because now the trigger is just like an alert or even an alarm to me. Like, hey, something wrong. I'm in control to where I can respond when I'm triggered versus react.
Mm-hmm.
So even that gains more power. You see how I'm saying? Like the emotions, bro. Your emotions are literally energy in motion. So whatever energy that emotion creates, that's what you're going to produce. Whatever's going on the inside will eventually come to the outside. This will always tell you whatever inside of you is going to come out of you. So the only thing that's going to come out of you is what's inside. If it's not inside you, it won't come out.
Yeah, I can understand that part. I definitely can understand that part. So how do people work? I mean, damn, how do people work on like The controlling aspects of their emotion.
First, you got to be aware of it. You can't control anything that you're not aware of. So first, you have to be aware of it, and that's a process in itself. It's not just being able to identify how you feeling, but like I said earlier, why you feel it. So now you got the how, or the why, and the what. Why do you feel this way? What made you feel this way? That's the beginning. You got to go to the root. You got to go to the source. Ain't no point in cutting a snake tail off.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're trying to get rid of the snake, don't cut the tail, cut the head. So you got to go to the source of the problem.
I don't know why people would do that anyway. Cut the tail. What you cutting the tail for? Is the only thing you can hold it by. You gonna hold it by his neck. So if it's venomous, it strikes because of what's being done to it.
Same reason they reach for low hanging fruit. Convenience.
So it's easier to do. Well, then that's what I'm saying. It's easier. That's why, a lot of people, I think that's where they are, right? Because it's easier to lean on their emotion. Like people don't want it, it's like the title without the role scenario again, right? People just want the title, but never the role of being responsible or being in control of their emotions or whatever it is, right? So how is it easier? Well, I'm going to just sit there. All right, I got it. So now I'm waiting for somebody to trigger me and then see if I got it or I got it under control or whatever the case may be. And 9 times out of 10, they don't even know what the hell the controller looks like. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Rachy Poo.
OMG. Wait a minute. What? He said Rachel Poo.
You know what? When I worked in the hospital, I had this friend named Rachel. She was like 5, maybe 5'1", 5'2". That was like my favorite person in the hospital. And she was like so little, petite, and like nice and sweet. She reminded me like a commander. And that's the nickname I gave her, Rachel Poo. So when I find people named Rachel and I like them, I just call them Rachel Poo.
When he find people, he on some stalking shit. You hear him? But anyway, what up, though?
What up, though?
Yo, but Gary is funny as shit right now, trying to figure out this shit right here. You know that all this leads to arrogance, right? And the only way to fix this shit is by self-reflecting. I'm sorry, I was in therapy for so long.
No, but that's what I'm saying, right? I think people just they lean. The fact that people lean on their own understanding for the longest period of time, I think that's that isolation thing that I keep talking about, right? Because you so arrogant, you see it's broken, but you rather stay in the brokenness than rather figure out the way to assist yourself in fixing it.
Because you got to realize ego leads to so many things. Ego can lead into, how can I say? It can lead to narcissistic behaviors. It can lead, like I was just saying, into it's so many words to this shit. I mean, so many things it can lead you to, and neither one of them is good. I think either way you look at it. So you got to self-reflect on your behavior, on what you're doing. You got to take the time, and it's not easy. People think, I'm going to just,
hold up. Wait a minute. Hold on. Is that my 9? Take each y'all. I thought I ain't gonna lie. I thought I hit I'm like, I hit a button. Tay.
Tay, you got to hit the link and listen, you gotta come give him a virtual hug, a virtual hi. He misses you, yo.
What up, now? No, I'm just saying, like, the fact that the like we just talked about that wall that the ego builds, right? It builds it so far and so strong that you
does the ego build it or do you build it? Does the
But,
ego
but
build
see,
it, or do we build it as with our ignorant, with our arrogance? My bad. I was gonna say our ignorant. I was gonna never mind. Rachel,
but see,
not the piano.
but see, like even when we say arrogant, like arrogance is the exaggeration of one's own ability, right? So when we think of arrogance, like like you said, people tend to lean on their own understanding a lot of times, even if they don't have the knowledge or the wisdom. Instead of being like open minded or accepting other people's help, opinions. Instead of. But my thing is, I'm here to teach you right because they've been teaching y'all up. The ego is only bad is because people allow their ego to control them instead of controlling the ego. The ego is nothing bad. The ego is there literally to protect you. And that's what it does. It's just, what is it protecting you from? And now if you don't have control over it, it's protecting you from yourself. It's not functioning properly. So that's like having like a medication that's supposed to help you, and you taking it the wrong way, and it's becoming detrimental to you. That's the same thing as the ego. The ego is supposed to help you, but if you don't have control over it, it's going to harm you. So that's why people always use ego in a bad form, is because most people don't even know what the ego is. People just say ego, they acting arrogant, that's their ego, or they acting like that's their ego. No, it's not. It's not even their ego. It's them. Your ego is the actual conscious self. The ego has three parts. And the part that's actually labeled or named ego is the conscious mind. It's not the subconscious. It's not the superconscious. It's the conscious side. So if you didn't think about it like this, if you got a computer, right? Do you blame the computer for bad programming or the programmer?
I hope it's a program.
It's the program. Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you.
That's a fact. That's true, because ego is nothing but self-admiration, and pride is nothing but self-satisfaction. So it's how you look at it. Like karma is the same thing. Karma can go both ways. Words talked about that shit here plenty of times.
The problem is that with these ideologies, most people only use them. They don't utilize them. All these things are tools. But if you're only using it for what somebody told you it is, you're not getting the value out of it in itself. So even pride, in the Bible, pride comes before the fall. Anything over something is something totally different. Over pride is arrogant. That's what having too much pride, you become arrogant. Look at the definition of pride and look at the definition of arrogance. Like I just told you, arrogance is the over exaggeration of one's own ability. That's what arrogance is. But people use these things as if they're synonymous to one another, and they're not. They may have similar attributes, but they're not the same. So even using these things the wrong way, you would never utilize them the right way. You would never get benefit from them because you try to stay away. People don't want to be in their ego because they think it's bad, when their ego is there literally to protect them. So if you use it the right way, you will gain confidence. You will gain resilience if you use your ego the right way. Because like I said, it's a firewall.
That's true.
So, yeah.
Listen,
So
I found
go ahead.
I found the
No, go ahead.
See, it says what is the true meaning of ego in philosophical terms? The ego is the part of the psyche that experiences the outside world and reacts to it, coming between the primitive drives of the ID and the demands of the social environment represented by the superego. The American dictionary publisher Merriam-Webster defines ego as having a sense of self-worth and arrogance as having a much greater sense of self-worth over others. Arrogant and egotistical are the adjectives forms of these words. An arrogant or egotistical person thinks he or she is better than other people. Basically what Word was just saying. Basically, Word just broke it down to kindergarten terms.
So even when people say egotistical, right? That's an adjective. That's a functionality of the ego. That's like even like if you look up when you want to look at the ego, go to the father of psychology, the father of psychology, Sigmund Freud, and see how he explains it. This is who even presented the concept of the ego. Look at his diagram of the ego.
So, damn, you just make people brains work a little too. It's finally like coming on panel.
Told y'all I'm switching y'all to 3D. We getting out of 2D, man.
You ain't gonna switch me to though. They're on 3D because I'm about to ask this. So, ego does your ego need to be validated or confirmed?
It depends, I think, from what I'm reading. But I think
It depends if you. I don't think it needs to be either one. That's something for the ego should be developed from the inside. That's the problem when the ego is developed from the outside. When you depend on people to structure or enhance the inside of you, it's fucked up. It's gonna be fucked up. You're gonna be dependent on that. So if you're looking for even confirmation for your ego, I mean, I like, I presented the validation confirmation, but even when it comes to building your ego, you have to. That's like I said, that's a firewall. So when it comes to like building or properly programming your ego, that should all be internal. I mean, confirmation is fine. I would never look for validation for anything. I don't think anybody should ever look for validation. I think that's poison. I mean, everybody got to start somewhere, but I just think you putting yourself behind the 8 ball when you begin to look for validation. That's one thing that I don't see the positive aspect. I don't see no. I mean, can it have a positive outcome being validated? Sure, it can, but it's like, can crack make you feel good? Sure, but that's how I look at validation like crack. It make you feel good, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't think it's helpful at all.
I got that. I understand that.
I believe ignorance is powerful. I don't see. I can't think of.
Wait, is it me or he just left? Like, bloom, like little Martin from the Jetsons.
No, I switched off. I'll be back in 1 second.
Oh, okay, he came back. He sound better too. Oh shit.
My ego needs to be captured, or else I'm gonna have a rabbit. I can see that. But you feed your ego, But yeah, I'm gonna rehash on what the ego is. I'm gonna redo another one. I did one and the video is still up, and I think it's a short clip, maybe 20, 30 minutes. I don't know. Maybe one day we'll just review that and I'll build more on that. I got little things and everything for. I got little thumbnails and everything for. It was like a lecture I did.
I got the thumbnails, guys.
Mhm.
But it's crazy. See, that's the problem. See, when people search up and they do research, they come across these big explanations. And I'm guessing they don't want to, keep researching and filtering out to understand what it is they're searching for. Because what we're just kind of explained right here, see, if you look it up, right here it says, what is an example of the ego, right? The ego, controlled by the reality principle, is what prevents you from acting on these urges. For example, if you are craving chocolate, the ego will make you wait until you can get your own chocolate bar instead of snatching the one from your friend, the one
Now
your
that's
friend
the
is about
super
to
ego.
enjoy. I think other people would take that to another. So it's basically what Word just said. He just breaks it down like you in kindergarten. Once again.
Now see that example you gave, that would be your super ego. Now
Oh, that is? Okay.
that will be considered your super ego is that what associates with the outside. You know, you take other people into consideration. That's the easiest way I can explain it. I mean, I can go more in depth with it, like how it's developed and all that. But
Oh, you don't got to go
basically,
for
is
me.
you take others. Sometimes you can even put if the super ego is out of control, they call that altruistic, where you will put others' needs before you. You
That shit crazy.
will sacrifice yourself, the martyr syndrome. You will sacrifice yourself for other people if it's warranted or not. That's the super ego. Now, using that same example, but just the flip side, if you wanted chocolate and you seen somebody who had it, you take it from them. That's your ID. That's your instinctive desire. That's when you don't give a flying F about nobody else but yourself. That's the ID. So this is why I tell people you got light and dark within inside of you. You got both of those aspects. Is whatever one you allow to take control. You remember back in the day when they had them old cartoons with the angel on one side and the devil on the other side?
Mm-hmm.
That was the representation of your ego. Which one you gonna
Okay.
listen to? And the middle one is the conscious self. The man itself is the conscious. So which one are you gonna listen to will decide which part of your ego you are expressing. Is it the ID or is it the super ego?
Hmm, that's a good one.
Sometimes, but see, you need both of them because sometimes you do have to put yourself before other people. Sometimes you put other people before yourself. So it's the conscious, it's the actual ego, your conscious self, who's supposed to decide which is beneficial in this situation or circumstance. Should I put others in front of me or should I put myself in front of others? Which one is more beneficial?
Facts. But
So
your
this is why your ID, think of it like this. Your instinctive desire is to protect the world from protect you from the rest of the world. This is how it's supposedly properly function. Your instinctive desire aspect
Mm.
of your ego is supposed to protect you from the world, and your super ego is supposed to protect the world from you.
dun, dun, dun.
Wow.
Facts.
That's what it's functioning properly.
Facts. But you see what I mean by saying that people don't know how to filter what they're searching for yet or research it. Either way, you still have to look deep. Don't just look for the first thing Google will give you, man. Research and research. Look up the definitions, man. Buy a damn dictionary from the damn 30s. I know. But I was
Well,
serious on everything else.
that's what most people don't understand. Like research, I mean, if you just take the basic concept of research, it's a 7-step process. Like when you're researching, like it's a 7-step process. Most people look up things. They don't actually critique what they're looking up. Most people don't even know the source that they're looking up. Most people don't know the difference between the definition of something and the meaning of something, let alone the functionality of something. So when you research and all these things are taken into consideration to come to what they call the truth.
Oh shit.
Mm.
That's a real shit though.
I'm gonna leave that one alone because you know me. I'm
Is
true.
that,
Woo.
Is that the reason why people want to debate everything, especially when somebody know what they're talking about and they can't find a way to change their mind to please their ego?
Once I hear people talk about the objective anything, objective reality, that's bullshit. It's like there's no point in debating. Most people don't even. Most people debate shit they don't have no experience.
That should
There's
be
no more
crazy.
people debate. I can always tell when people have experience or something, or even knowledge or wisdom. To have wisdom, you have to have experience. But I
Facts.
can tell when people have knowledge or something, and I can tell when people have wisdom or something. And I can just tell when people just feel something. Most people debate off their feelings, how they feel about something. Because if you like speaking, if there was debate, is abortion right or is abortion wrong, right? For me personally, like I'm gonna just use that right as a topic. For me personally, I don't believe in abortion. I don't give a flying fuck what nobody else do. Why? I can't control that. That's reality. I don't feel like I need to control that. Will the society be better if we? I don't have the power to make that decision. So why even debate that?
Facts.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the substance of people? Like, people debating shit that they have no control over. Like, let's debate self. Let's debate shit as self.
That's some true
Not
shit.
some shit
You
we
ain't
don't have
lying.
control over.
Hey, speaking some facts, you know how many arguments I've gotten into with women? They be like, oh, but if you don't believe in abortion, you should fight. Look, listen, I don't believe in abortion, but if this woman feels like she wants the need or has the need to have an abortion, that's on her. It's her body, her choice, not mine's. I choose for mine's. Whatever she decides, it's on her. I cannot make her change her mind. Like that,
Person
I'm not
having an
wrong for that.
abortion, that shit don't affect me at all. Unless it's
Exactly.
my child. You know, now if it's
I
my
had
child,
mine.
then it affects me. But
Shit, I had mine.
if it's not mine, then it has no effect on me. So why even care about it? I can't control that. But
That's a
I
fact.
say this from personal experience from growing up. I know everybody don't need to have kids, bro. I'm just
That's a
being
fact.
clear. Everybody don't need to have kids.
That's
So
some
if you
real
ask
shit.
me my honest opinion, I think some people should. I think some people should get their damn uterus taken out.
Oh shit. Man, chill. They didn't want to take mines in the hospital. You gonna come and mention this now, 7 years later? I mean, 8 years later. I told the doctor to keep my uterus and everything. I ain't want no more kids. But you're so young. You might want to have. I got 3. God darn it! I only wanted
Mhm.
2. One more than what I asked for.
If I had my way, if they say word, how do you feel about people having kids? I would people still have to take a psychological exam. They still have to take a written exam. You still have to prove you worthy to have a child. I truly believe it. I don't think people should just be popping out kids because we see the adverse effect in society. I grew up in the hood. I seen what neglect do to people, bro.
You're not lying,
I
and it's
seen
crazy.
that.
Listen, why I say I agree with what he's saying is because I've seen so many women, right? It's just sad and unfortunate that some women end up having miscarriages, not abortions. And after a miscarriage or 2, they can't have no more kids, like the women that sit here and mess their bodies up, taking the babies out, pulling their babies out. I'm not against the abortion, right? But I just don't believe in it for myself. I don't believe in sitting here,
Right.
you open up. But the thing is, right, there are some mothers out here that have abused their kids. Their kids got taken away, and instead of taking them to the hospital and taking everything or giving them the operation, they let them have more kids. I think, listen, those type of females, I feel as though if they fucked up, y'all should give them, I don't know, some type of pink slip, put them up in the system. Look, this person cannot have kids. Put up some type of warning in every hospital. I'm dead serious. It's not a joke. That shit is not funny. This is a part where I feel as though, the system, I mean, these are the kids that fell, right? That slipped through the cracks in the system. And they don't realize these parents have already been there. They've been there. They like DHS, all these places know that they can't have no more kids, but what can they do? You see where I'm coming from?
That's crazy.
It's fucked up. Like you can't. I mean, I wish that's something that we could change. I have one solution, but at the end of the day, a solution can't be, a solution can't be brought out unless everybody's willing to make it work. And it's just crazy as shit. Like if you really look at it, like the solutions be in front of our faces when all these mishaps be happening, right? When all these problems occur, we do have solutions in front of our faces. It's just that we choose the easiest way out as humans the majority of the time. And I'm not going to say all the time because it's not true all the time, but the majority of the time, yes.
I just feel like you got to take into account that when people have kids, even if they like when people have kids, don't want them to give them away, and they go into the foster system. Like that's not always that should be fucked up. People get
Mm-hmm.
abused in the foster system. I mean, just the quality of life that I just
It's true.
like my belief is that everyone don't need that kid. I just believe that. I believe that kids are a gift from the creator and
Facts.
everyone don't deserve that gift. They just don't. Everyone ain't worthy of it. Bro. Like that's reality, man. Like can't nobody tell me that everyone who gets pregnant is worthy of
They're not. And it's crazy that I didn't start thinking about that until I saw this lady crying one time. She wanted a baby so bad, but she couldn't have no kids. And I was
it.
young. And I think she had to go through a whole bunch of requirements for her to adopt her child. And I'm saying, I was like, I looked at this other house and I'm like, they adopted a kid. They gave him a kid through foster care like nothing. But she couldn't pass. And she was a good ass person. You see where I'm coming
And
from?
that's like these systems are so flawed because I know two people who couldn't adopt a kid, and they would have been well. One of them ended up getting custody of a nephew, and I mean that boy excelled in life. You know,
Yeah.
he doing real good. But then you get people like what was that? This was not too long ago. I think it was in like West Virginia or Virginia, where them people had the two black kids and was treating them like slaves, like
Oh
little
my
ass kids.
God, yes. You know, they, oh wait, I'm supposed to be doing an update. They were just giving an update on that family too.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking
like
about.
you get shit like that. Yeah, you get it was a fam it was two gay dudes here who adopted a little black boy. And 2 years after they adopted him, they found out they was, SAing
Oh,
them. And
yep.
I'm like, but these people can get kids. You see how fucked up this world is? I mean, it's a flip of a coin, basically. That's how this world is, bro. It's a flip of a fucking coin.
You just mentioned two
Some
videos I
people
read.
look up Some people look up and get adopted and have wonderful lives, and some people it'd be worse than what it would have been if they stayed with their parents.
That's true.
Look at
But
this
it's
girl.
sometimes that also happens because you got to look at it, right? And people be like, "Oh, the system is failing." It ain't the system. The system is doing, and it took me a minute to realize this because I used to say the same thing everybody else is saying. And like I said, it took me for me to have one foot in politics and one foot out. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm not going fully into politics. I'm not going to do none of that because at the end of the day, I feel as though I'm doing more help out here than what I would do becoming one of them, a puppet. Like it's a solution for all this word, and but they don't want us to know it. You've spoken about this before plenty of times on this panel, and in the beginning, remember, I didn't understand it until you broke it down. Then what would happen? I would go into one of these meetings, I would come into your panel, have a conversation. I'll be like, damn, you was right. What I start doing, I stopped questioning you, and I just started researching. That's it. I was like, you know what? There's no point of debating word. Because at the end of the day, 95% of the time, he's not telling me what to do. He's not trying to convince me. He's giving me a stepping stone to step on. He's giving me, how can I say, the first step. Okay, we're building a house, right? In order for me to make it to the second floor, he's got to build my steps for me. So he gave me the first one. The rest is on me. Let's put it like that.
That's like my thing is I don't fish for people. I teach people how to fish. So I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I'm gonna just give you the tools to be able to observe and make a better decision. That's it. I'm just here giving people tools they can use, but giving them different ways to look at things so they can utilize it instead of using it. That's why I said I'm taking people from 2D to 3D. We're going to 3D. I'm trying to
Yeah,
get y'all up to 5D. We're gonna be up to 5D. Y'all keep fucking with me.
we're funny as shit. No, but you speaking facts. My point is, right, and me saying that is that if you really come and look at it, right, me looking at both sides, the political view, right, and then our view, right, me, us, the citizens, the civilians, we the people, right, the ones that live within the communities, right, the tribes, the many tribes within communities. Let's put it like that, because I can't say word village no more without people feeling offended. So, anyway, right, the politicians. Listen, it's a long story. The politicians, right? You could tell when you're speaking to them in person which politicians really want, to get this law done, this policy changed or fixed. You see where I'm coming from? But these politicians, we don't fight hard for. We fight hard for the ones that make us promises, to sell us dreams for some reason. And that's something I'm noticing. Like when it comes to the presidential election, it's for who we like. It's not for who has the best policy. It's not. And it has been shown to us within this past couple of years. And I'm trying to say it in a way because words has been teaching me, right? I'm trying not to get ratchet and I'm not trying to say too much. So I'm going to just stop it right there because the hood's about to come out because I know y'all would understand the hood side of me and let words speak real quick.
No, see, even from that aspect, even talking about the politics, like you said, it's who we like. Most people voted predicated upon how they feel about something.
Mm-hmm.
But why do you feel this way? Most people voted because most of the people who voted for Trump didn't vote for Trump because they actually liked him. They voted for Trump because they ain't like Kamala. Most people and most people who voted for Kamala didn't vote for Kamala because they like Kamala. They voted because they didn't like Trump. When you begin to ask people why you vote for Trump, because Kamala this none of the shit about the policy, they tell you what they don't like about Kamala. Why you vote for Kamala? Oh, because Trump is this. Okay, we're not talking about Trump. I asked you why did you vote for Kamala? Nothing about policy. I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying the majority of the people. You can go online and look. So that because they didn't have their emotions in check, and now they have to deal with the consequences of their actions. And you see some of them same people who was pro-Trump. They say, "Oh shit, this ain't what I voted for." Yes, it is.
Hold on,
exactly what you voted for.
Hold your thought. Let's respect the money. Speak easy is an open panel.
Easy in the building.
Yes, you gotta respect.
LD. What up, LD? Hold on, brother. Let's get some word got the money. Word got the
money. Word got the juice. Word got the money. Word got the juice. Word got the money. Word got the juice. Word got the money. Word got the juice. Word got the money. Word got the juice. Word got the money. Word got the juice. Word got the money, 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 word got the juice. I was trying to pin your stream.
Shout out to LD. Appreciate you, brother. Living legend in the building.
Okay, Commander reposted it. You're gonna have to pin it because I don't think we could pin it.
Pin what? The link? I didn't pin it? Oh shit, hold on. Y'all gotta tell Polo Team. Y'all know I don't be
Man, you spitting some jokes right now. Word was cooking, but he had to respect the money, though. I'm sorry, I had paused him. He had to respect that money before he lost track. Then he wouldn't see that comment no more.
Oh man, my wife talk about she wants some chocolate. Only be quiet.
Drive by.
Easy. What up, though, my bro?
What up? What up?
Chilling.
Oh shit, he got a boost in him too. Oh shit.
How's everybody doing tonight?
We chilling.
We chilling. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's been
Yeah, I'm on my phone here.
been a wild night for sure. Had some good conversations tonight.
Man, I see
Just
you
got
on the
kicked
panel.
off a panel for being against reparations. That was I should have known where I was. I was I was gonna get kicked off for it, but I mean,
Hello?
I just think it's a silly
Yeah,
argument.
okay.
And then I think of like in my case, do I get it and then have to pay it too, or what?
Yeah, that's a touchy subject right there, especially in that aspect. How does that work?
Right. That's the big problem.
Right.
And I think it's the same thing, like in a sense. So that would mean like anybody who has ancestors that took part in the settling and developing society, enslaving people, and all of this. Anybody who has an ancestor, they have to pay for that sin of their fathers, right? Like what? That's I don't think anyone should ever have to pay for the things that their ancestors did. That's crazy. That's my whole argument against it. It's nothing about like, because I think a lot of people think that I'm saying like there wasn't like things that were unjustified or were horrible, or because like that's not true. Obviously, all back in society, that's how society was. It was gross, you know, the way society was before, the way the world was, right? So, yeah, got kicked off for that.
But even if that's the case, how do you get? You know, I think a lot of people get emotional about something and don't even understand the concept, right? All right, you want reparations. Are you prepared for the reparations? What you going like? Do you even have the knowledge or understanding of what they're trying to give you if that's the case? Like, I just think people argue about it and don't have the preparation or understanding of what it would really mean.
Right.
Well, I mean, reparation don't just have to be in the form of money. And like, as far as like paying for, like, this is America, bro. We pay for a lot of shit that we ain't got shit to do with. Look at the tax dollars going over to Ukraine. That's how it's gonna get paid. So I mean, even in that sense, we pay for a lot of shit that we didn't have no part of. So I mean, fulfilling a promise, not even a promise, but yeah, it was fulfillment. 48 of the new was never distributed.
You're a little bit muffled. Is that just me or?
No, that's me.
That's him playing with TV.
This is darn Mike. I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna hit him upside the
I got this off Amazon, okay?
You got it on Sheen. They got the tariff. That's the tariff mic. That's the tariff mic.
People get in their feelings for no reason. It's like I left the channel the other day, right? Because they was talking about slavery and this and all that, right? And I think it was me and somebody else in the chat. I'm like, we're always bringing up black slavery. I was like, do y'all want to bring up the topic on where there once existed white slavery? I got cursed the fuck out. I was like, you know what? I'm out. Y'all want to debate?
Nobody likes that conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna face with this. I'm not coming back. I'm good. Then the host is worse. I'm saying here, I'm good with these type of channels. That's why.
Unfortunately, as far back as you go, anywhere in the world with human beings, somewhere it leads down to somebody was slaved, taken over, raped, all of this horrible shit. This happened in every society that developed that we see today, right? The thing is with America, it's so new that it's the easiest to go back to because it's right there compared to all the other history of the world, right? But like, if you think about that, the reparation part, a lot of the what I just got in the conversation was about ownership of land. So I said, do you guys even know what ownership of land means just before we get into this conversation? And they didn't like that. And they were trying to act as if like before we had like legal ownership of land, the ownership of land before was the same thing. And you should have to tie these two together. And that doesn't actually make any sense. because that's not how, like, there was no legal form of ownership of land, right? You either had the most firepower or most people and most whatever, and you won and you took over this part of wherever, or you didn't, right? Like everywhere over the world, right? This is how it worked. Like the biggest tribes won.
Shit. That's worse.
But even
Commander.
on the land aspect, they don't even understand. Like, if you was to have a poll, ask what a lodial is, I think majority wouldn't even know what the hell you're talking about. You know,
Commander.
and it's like, okay, so why are we even having this conversation?
They don't know how to talk. That's the problem. They don't know how to have a conversation. They always want to debate something. But that's worse, Commander. Wait, where word go? Okay, but let's talk about current slavery, Commander. When we bring up current slavery, motherfuckers cannot. I'm so sorry, word. People cannot seem to understand, right? That we are free slaves, right? Being controlled by damn screens. Listen, we're free slaves with a damn tablet, right? The phone, everything else is what's got us chained up. That right there got us still in slavery mode, and they don't peep that. I be trying to go as nice as I can go, but they don't want to hear that shit. You want to know what they want to go back to? Our ancestors, our grandparents, the ones that were slaves, the ones that went through it, the ones that that I say were promised 40 acres and a mule.
Yep, that's how it goes. Living in the past, and that'll always keep you down, right? Like if you keep this mindset of like, I'm only losing because of something that happened before, you're just gonna stay losing, right? Like that's anybody that stays in this mindset is gonna keep them losing.
That's a fact.
So how are they like
even if you look around in the world right now, there's actually places still in the world that have slaves. Like this still goes on today.
But for the people that's here, how do you the best way to win is to educate yourself. If you educate yourself, you good. I hear you. If you educate yourself, you can actually get away from the other nonsense. I just think people don't know how to. They don't know how to educate themselves in order to be prepared for the next step. What are you arguing for a step that you ain't ready to receive yet? Because all you're gonna do is blow it. So what's the point of arguing about it?
That's a fact. Well, my thing is, what's the solution for now? For today's current problems.
Okay, I'm back.
We know.
Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
You good?
Okay. I don't know what just happened. I switched back.
Morpheus was taking
the tariffs took over your mic.
The tariffs took over. Damn, where did I drop?
Yeah, earlier you guys were talking about voting and how a lot of people vote with emotion.
Yeah.
And I'd actually tend to agree. This is why I was I made a joke, like I laughed about it, but like I'm pretty serious for the most part about like this is why like we should have never like gave a woman's vote. We should have a lot of people shouldn't get to vote, actually. Like not only women, like there's a lot of men that shouldn't vote either. Like there should be actually something required for you to vote. And you should have to also take some type of test that actually proves that you understand what your vote is doing. If you asked people, how does the Electoral College work? None of them would probably, well, not none of them, but like a lot of them won't be able to explain how that works. Like they think that I vote and whoever gets the most votes wins. Like that's how they think it is, right? Most people that I've encountered. So like for me, I think you should require some type of like national service, some type of ownership, and the test. And maybe there'd be some other things I could think of, but for the most part, this is where I would keep the voting power too.
Once again, it goes to the lack of knowing, right? The lack of understanding. That thing was already there way before most of us was even possible, right? but you know they trying to get rid of electoral votes, but nobody don't take the time. What is an electoral vote? Okay, what's that mean? Okay, well 2, 3, 4. Okay, then you got to get that meant right. It's not even about the population. It's about the electoral votes. You can vote all you want, but if the electoral votes go the other way, there's nothing you can do about it. You got to understand what it means.
And you know what's crazy? When it comes to a lot of these votes and shit, I don't know if y'all, I know I did a couple lives on it, right? Y'all do know who was the icebreaker on the majority of these votes, right? I didn't know that it went as deep as Kamala being the part of icebreaking all these votes because of her job into the politics. You see where I'm coming from? Her role. And I'm saying, I was like, damn, in the decision making and the White House and all that, a lot of these laws that got passed, she was the one, the icebreaker. This is going to get, done, and they got
You talking about in the Congress? Okay.
I'm talking about all that, yeah. Like I did a whole live on this, and I was shocked on how much she had to do with a lot of shit that has been changing. I'm saying, but what about our votes as we the people? So I'm getting what Speakeasy is talking about. I understand fully being, mixed in the whole mixing shit. This shit is crazy. But the way he broke it down is another way of seeing it. That's what I'm saying. Like, damn, I ain't see it like that. I was seeing it my way the whole time.
But let me.
Yeah, I like to trigger the conversation with women shouldn't vote, right? Because that always gets people like, "What? What do you mean?" Like, so then usually they'll hear me out what I mean, and then they kind of agree with it. They're like, "Well, yeah."
But we're not all like that, though. We're not all like that. It's so hard as shit. Let's not take away.
Hold on 1 second.
Right. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Tay, have a good night, sis. I appreciate you. Miss Tracy, what up, though? But let me ask this too. So, like with your ideology of voting, do you feel the people who don't get the vote, should they still have to pay taxes?
Yeah. Yeah, because they also still get the benefits of being protected in society, having rights in society. They have a lot of things that they still participate in society with. Like if somebody steals their kid, they get to call the police, and the police aren't going to say, yeah, you got to pay this much for me to go get them. No, they're just going to go get them. Right? So like this is part of being a part of society is taxes, right? I think we should have less taxes, though. I'm definitely for less taxes, right? Like income taxes. I think we could have some good arguments for taking away income taxes.
So my next question is, should they be taxed differently because they don't get to vote?
No, because the other people are doing something extra to earn the vote. It's not like, because I don't believe a vote is just a right? Like I believe our rights are simply whatever the government says our rights are. So like I don't believe in this concept of like we should get a vote because it's like a natural right or something like this, right? And I think that this is actually what's fucked up society for a long time, is just allowing everybody to vote.
So
especially like now, there's a lot of idiots, dude. You know this. You've been on the internet long enough. You know this. A lot of dummies out here.
I mean, I agree. I agree with the aspect that people should be qualified to vote, and I even believe that people should be properly educated on how to vote. I think that would be a solution. Like,
yeah, that would help big time.
They learn in sex ed in school. Why not things like, about how?
Matter of fact, let's replace sex ed. Take out sex ed and add in a class that teaches you about voting.
No, they took out sex ed and added the LGBT class.
It'd be just like a driver's license. Like if you can pass if you can qualify to drive, I mean, you should be able to qualify to vote. I would. Nice. I think that's a reasonable solution, like something applicable that we can actually achieve.
All right, so I have a question, right?
And it's still fair. You still get the opportunity to qualify for it. If you put the work in, you earn the privilege.
But this is my question. How do you go about it? How do we make that system work if it was to be approved or to happen? I don't know if y'all understand my question. I'm sorry, I'm asking questions like, when we be in these damn meetings, they be like, But it's a serious question though. Like if we was to approve this, how do we make it work? Right? You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, so we start with like repealing the 19th. That's how we would start with doing it, right? We'd have to and then we'd have to add yeah, we'd have to I think we'd have to make an amendment that declares this as the voting system. That'd be the, you know, that's the way these amendments are changed, right? Is that a new amendment is written.
Miss Tracy, blessings, facts. But the only people that could do that are, you know, Congress, legislators.
Well,
like said,
that's the ones that voted in. So I mean, you got to put the right people. The right people.
Yeah, well, that's another thing I heard you guys talking about earlier. Is a lot of people say that they voted for Trump, and they'll usually bring up because Kamala, right? Mm-hmm. Or I don't know if I'm saying. I never know if I'm saying her name right, so I don't care.
Yeah, nobody ever saying
it. But I actually think that like Trump's policies is good. So like one I would say is a really good idea is this abolishing the Department of Education. I think this is actually a good idea. People don't realize and they think that this is bad. But like up until 1980, America was leading economically with technology. We were way higher on the educational ranks than we are now. And the Department of Education, everything's went down. They've failed audits for the last 3 years in a row. They're not keeping track of any of the repayments or anything. It's a broken system.
I don't think the system broken. I think the people in charge of the system.
There you go.
I think it's the people in charge of it.
I don't know. I think it's one of those things, kind of like, you know, communism, like where it looks good on paper. The idea of having this standard across the country for education. I mean, it looks good on paper, and the idea, I guess, is kind of makes sense, but there was never a need for it, and it's actually unconstitutional for the federal government to have this wide range of the power over education. Nowhere in the Constitution is this written.
It's a lot of things unconstitutional that they do, and it's still going on. So,
oh, of course, there's a lot of things we could consider unconstitutional. Yeah, but like just to add on to the argument I have for it, I would say that's a good one too, right?
I agree with it, right? Like, okay, you know, you preparing these people for 12 years to go through a simple task, right? But you're not preparing them to become entrepreneurs. You ain't preparing these kids to do nothing but be followers. Like, if you really look at the public school system, you're teaching them to be followers. Where's the ingenuity to lead? Where's that at? Even if you have a debate team, you just following the concept. Okay, let me tackle that real quick. This, that, let me debate this with this, that, and that. You just following a routine instead of becoming a critical thinker. Something like to say something like that. So I you know, you can get tired of it all you want, but until you make your first step, it's not even going to matter.
I think that was very impulsive of him. I don't agree, and not because this is why I don't agree with that policy, is because he had no structure in place to replace it, and you kind of just saying figure it out as you go, and that can lead to it can be worse off than what it is now. They have no plan.
So it's not about like not having a plan. It's about bringing it back to how it used to be, where it was the state and local responsibility. So like That's how it originally was. It's not that there's no plan. It's just going back to how it originally was without the Department of Education.
That's
And
the crazy
like,
part.
but even from the with the time frame though, right? So it's putting it back the way it used to be, but it wasn't like that since you said like the 80s.
Yeah,
So
1980. Yeah.
So the state, the people who in charge now, that they was probably in school when that shit happened. So I mean, like I said, there's no structure and no plan. So I mean, it's cool to go back, but go back to what?
So how it like
figure it out.
Like, just no, literally how it used to be. Like it was before all the like the curriculums, the standard of the testing, all of this stuff was run by each state individually. Like the only thing that's going on right now is there's some funds coming from the federal government, and they make sure that these schools keep up to a certain type of curriculum to even receive these funds. So in a way, they're forcing these schools to stick to a certain curriculum by saying we're not going to fund you unless you stick to this curriculum. But again, before we've had this, right? We were leading. America was leading the world in economics, technology, education. We were leading everything before it ever came here. There's actually no evidence to show that it's given any meaningful increase in the.
But who took all of those? Who took all of those curriculums out? Home economics and mechanics 101, and who actually took those out?
Bro, that shit was taken out the hood. That shit wasn't taken out the suburb, bro.
Yeah, that's out the hood.
Not taken out the suburb.
And I just gave you the name to who took all that out. Do you hear what I said?
No, but what I'm saying is okay. But even if that's the case, okay. So you crippling people is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. That's how it dropped, because you starting to crippleize certain people in certain areas, and then they're gonna have to lean on the government once again. And then now what?
The same person I mentioned earlier was the same person that took advantage that while during the pandemic, right, a lot of moms with kids that were sick was getting arrested. You see where I'm coming from?
What they did, right, is they basically they've merged like home economics, right, into what they call like the family consumer sciences or whatever, because like they're basically the goal, right? And again, these programs started doing this in the 1980s. It's all started in the 1980s along with the Department of Education, and because it was to focus on STEM, right? It was to push that we need to focus on STEM, right? Again, the idea looks good on paper. We'll make sure we have a standard of education. They're only learning the smartest shit, and we'll produce all the smartest people. It looks like this is how it would go, but we've seen that it fails. And now we're teaching kids that boys can be girls and girls can be boys. All that crazy shit.
I have a question, Speakeasy. Right? I understand all that, right? But I the only way I see how the school was, right, by seeing certain documentaries, right, from before the 80s, right? So I'm trying to like picture how it was a little bit, right? Because, you know, from what I'm used to, from what I've seen, what I've grown up with, right? And see like, all right, how would it work for kids, right? Because from my understanding back then, like, for example, in the hood, right, if you didn't have money, you wouldn't have been able to attend school and stuff like that. You just bought in the STEMs and all that. I was reading that's something that's truthful. He's not lying about that. That's how everything was ran. But, you know, when the civil rights and all that came about, that's how, you know, the women were led into schools, you know, able to work with men into, you know, these jobs and all that stuff, right? Or was it fair pay? Was it in the 80s or was that a little bit before? Because I think I'm mixing up timelines right now, trying to explain something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little bit confused there at the end.
Like, how would the system work? Because I was reading into it, right? And before the 80s, right, women and stuff like that, because of everything, how everything was segregation and all that, right? Women wasn't allowed to be in this, like, it was divided, right? They was able to be taught, right? Because I was confused in the beginning. Am I right or wrong? Women attended school before the 80s, right?
Women attended,
No.
you're saying women
But we
attended.
were separated because of the color of our skin, right? That changed after the 80s. Am I right or wrong?
Not before then.
It
Way
changed a little
before
bit
that.
before then. Because I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out how everything would work, right? And even with that, fuck all that, color of skin shit, right? Because I think at
No,
one
that
point
would
the
have
schools were
been that would
separated.
have been before that.
That's why I'm like, wait, it's a
Way
little bit
before.
close the timeline. But anyways,
Yeah, I think because that would be going
That's
it's
segregation.
between the 70s and between the 60s and the 80s, they were fighting that battle.
wouldn't it go back to even
So
The
my-
50s.
I thought it'd go back to even the 40s.
That's the 50s.
I know it was
No,
around the 50s to
integration,
the
I
80s because
believe,
I did a
happened
little
in the
research
50s.
on
Yeah,
it,
fucked
trying to
up.
figure out how the school was, right?
60s. Okay.
Right.
My chat's yelling at me
Yeah.
saying 60s. All right.
60s,
All right.
right.
60. Brown.
So
Brown was the boys'
even with
education.
that, right, they were saying that the poor communities, right, people that couldn't afford to, pay for like schools and stuff like that. How was it that a child that was poor able to get into school after the 80s, right? I know it takes a little minute for all this to start out before the Board of Education really fully came out.
So hold on, because it is you mixing integration and with
Because I was reading about both.
Well,
Yeah, that's why I'm speaking.
yeah. So when the Department of Education it was created to try to form some type of equity.
That's what I
Right.
want to know. Why was it?
was
Why?
it was
Why did they
formed to
bring it?
create some because of the way, like if you got people like in the hood, their tax dollars, like when it comes to the state, the people in the hood, they pay less taxes. So they took that portion of what they paid and allocated it to the education. So to build some type of equity, that's when the government stepped in and started giving additional funds.
So it has nothing to do about poor or the color of our skin at
They
all.
do because
Oh,
like,
wait,
if
it
you live
does?
in a
Wait.
poverty-stricken area, you're not going to get a quality education due to the taxes allocated to education.
Mm. So I was on point, but I was just confused. Okay.
So it was created to form some type of equity.
Yeah, but see, this is actually like this is still the complaint about like funding for schools, how like schools in less off neighborhoods have less funding, therefore not as good education. So and this is the case in a lot of the times, but this isn't always the case either, though. And again, this wouldn't be like a an argument to like needing the Department of Education. It would be an argument to how the fundings are used, rather. So, like, I don't think like the Department of Education being there or not, it wouldn't make a difference. We would the problem is fixing how we're using the fundings rather than how much fundings they're getting. Because like you can throw money at anything, right? And eventually, like no matter how much money you throw at it, it doesn't matter. There's other things that have to be addressed as well.
I mean, even with the Department of Education, it's still there's more money allocated towards the suburbs than in the city anyway. So I mean, with it or without it, it's gonna happen. That's just the politics of it.
Pretty
It's
much.
just politics in it. It is what I tell people. I mean, shit.
Well,
I mean,
right
I'm
now-
going to school now, but I'm
Well,
gonna
right-
get my son myself. I mean,
Yeah, like right now, if you don't keep up to a certain type of standard, the Department of Education doesn't give you the funding, right? Like you have to keep up to what they want to get the funding, right? So this is actually a stranglehold on people getting funding, right? And rather than this being the reason for funding, I think the places that are lacking actually should be prioritized, and the management of the funding should be fixed in these issues, right?
Well, he's not lying. It's like,
I
for
remember,
example, my
like literally right across the street, we had a suburb school. They got a new football field. We couldn't even get fucking books, bro. We had to share books.
oh sure.
So yeah, that I mean, me personally, it ain't even me personally. School, I mean, the way our education system is anyway, that shit don't get kids prepared for life. That shit get them prepared to be good workers anyway.
But you have to think of different things, right? So in these poor neighborhoods, right, which kids do you think are more likely to also, when they get those books, fuck around, rip them up, tear them up, right? Because they come from less off backgrounds, right? So they're more likely to do things that's going to cost more money as well. This is why I'm saying that there's got the thing isn't more money, it's the management of the issues that are going on within these areas.
That's true. But see, it's like right now, Dave Chappelle passed this new law, like for the kids that are homeschooled, right? And it's one of the biggest issues that I'm seeing, like by attending, because my son has an issue with it too. But I attend these family meetings and all that. And the biggest issue is our kids don't want to be on camera when they're in class, right? So he passed this new thing, this new policy, whereas if they don't show their faces, they get marked absent. Now the kids and the parents are getting irritated because they're attending class. They just don't want to show their faces, but now they're getting marked absent. Truancy. So that's
for like
big
an
issue.
online class.
All online classes are required. All on, because if not, they will not fund these online schools.
Oh shit.
So if these kids do not do that, this is the hassle the parents got to go through: truancy and bullshit. So a lot of parents are having issues with their kids. I'm like,
yeah,
look,
online school's not a good idea.
Y'all be with these damn TikTok videos. Y'all can show y'all faces. Y'all should be able to show y'all faces on school online when the teacher asks you to. So it is a big issue. But the problem is the schools won't get the funds, and the parents end up with truancy. So I'm saying here, I was like, this is a big problem we're having.
Well, if you think about this, though, now that I'm trying to think about that, I think it is actually important. They should have to be seen online in that class, right? Because then, this way, you could actually just like never have your kid there and just pretend it's the kid there or something, right? And oh yeah, that's actually.
But I think it should be a different solution. I think
online class
made it real hard for the parents, though. Like, it's a lot of parents.
That's goofy. You gotta be in attendance. If you was in school, you go and sit in the classroom for about 10 minutes. You might try to go to the bathroom for a half an hour, but you was in attendance.
Right. Same thing. Speaking facts. Because listen, I'm like with some other parents out here. Like, listen, you got to do the same shit when you're in school, right? You got to get up. The only difference
these kids could be like sitting there with their cameras off, playing video games or something, not even giving a shit what's going on in class. Yeah.
But see, with my son, I have to put him in a charter school if I ever put him back in school, because I have a problem with public schools, and I go head to head. You see where I'm coming from? So at the end of the day, listen, I had a whole lawsuit and won that shit. So there's certain people that know about that shit. Even when I go to the school district, I have certain issues with certain people. Oh, that's the bitch that sued us. Yeah, I'm the bitch that sued it. Go ahead and try me. Don't fuck with my kids. So that leaves a little, a little stain on your background, but that shit ain't gonna stop me.
And with the book thing too, like
the what?
With the book thing, I wouldn't say most likely, because that will be like highlighting the minority for the majority. I understand people come out of poverty, but a lot of people who come out of poverty, they value education. Like, I'm just using myself for an example. I think kids fuck up books. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't the majority of people. I think when things like that happen, we look at, because bad things are always personified more than good things. So, like, if you take 100 kids and 20 of them tear up books, that's still punishing 80 for the bad behavior of 20.
No, I get what you're saying. It sucks that it makes the bigger, like the majority, miss out. I wasn't saying most likely as out of everybody. I was saying between the two schools. I would say I'm
But
saying because like when you come from this background, I grew up poor as fuck. Okay, so like I hung out with all the kids that were in the same situations I were. We're all bad little fucks. Okay, as much as like we don't want to paint a picture on the different cultures within the places that experience poverty, but there is a certain line of like, you know, we're badass as kids, and you know we get away with a lot more. A lot of times it's single mothers that can't handle having 3 boys that are fucking around doing shit or some shit like that, right? Like there's a lot of things that add into it. It's not to say that these are bad people. It's to say that there's usually things that come with growing up in this with this background, right? But I would say that doesn't say there isn't, because you just mentioned yourself how you actually like valued education and you really enjoyed the education, right? And I would actually say you're actually probably an outlier out of people who grew up poor, because like I didn't value education at first, right? Like I was a complete man, bro. I ended up selling drugs and shit. Like I was a complete piece of shit, right? Like so like
So what do you call me then? Because listen, I valued education, but I didn't like schools.
Didn't like school?
I didn't like. I hated.
Yeah,
school.
me neither. Yeah, I hated.
But I valued education. You see where I'm coming from? Like, listen, man, I still pick up books. I collect books. I value my education. I just don't like the school system the way it is. I don't know if you understand.
That's another thing too.
So it's just crazy as hell to say. Like I used to go to school and say schools is for fools. To all my classmates, I'm like, you're a fool, you going to school. They're like, what you mean? I was like, listen, I'm tired of them telling me that I have to come to school to learn. I was like, here, pick this up, read, learn some shit. Real shit. Like, I don't know, it's just that the shit that
I don't that's another issue with how school is, right? You got one teacher, 30 students. They all think differently and have different ways of learning, and we have this like one system, like and it's a problem, right?
It's like right now, right?
The Department of Education being gone would fix that, because you'd have one school with one system, one school over here with another system, and you'd be like, well, you know what? I like that system better. Let's bring my kids over here to this school.
That's true. But it's like Word was just saying, right? He was just speaking.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that'll make it worse.
No, listen.
I was about to say, I wonder if, like, when the department is gone, would you be able to do that? Because, like, right now, you can't. If you ain't in that district, you can't go to that school. So if you're in the district, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in the district, a bad district, then, I mean, that's going to kind of force the. Well, they do it now for sports. I know families that move.
That's another thing I was going to ask. Yeah, what work?
School as far as playing sports, but I wonder how would that work? Because if you ain't in a certain,
it's going to be less funded.
Yeah,
it's that shit is crazy. That's a good question.
I'm kind of. Your question is.
Will it still be those borders there as far as what school can you go to? Because
okay. So you're saying because some states, this isn't all states either, but yeah, some states will make it so like if you're in this district and it crosses some border that they have written out for the districts, you can't go to that other school, or your kids can't go to that other school.
Residency,
Yeah, so like usually, if I'm not mistaken, too, that's only for like the primary school part. Like in high school, I don't think they have that same rule. But like right now, this is a state and local thing, and I think that we just need to start voting more to take this away, right? Like parents need to go get involved in the school boards and their local and state school boards and fight for that. Like that's something important. I think that's we should be able to do this, right?
But speak easy. You just said not everybody should vote. I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue.
Oh well, I think parents should get a vote in the kids' school board for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So that explains a little more of what he was trying to
That's
say.
actually the main point of taking away the Department of Education. We want to put more power of education in the parents' hands. We don't want this place deciding that my kid has to learn that boys can be girls, girls can be boys.
So that's going to lead me back to this one question.
Blowjobs in grade 6.
Hey, I'm done.
What? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing right now? Like, like any school that does that would end up getting shut down because everybody take their kids out of that school.
All right, let me ask all three of y'all men this one question, right? If that was to get taken away, the Board of Education and all that, right? We go back to the way it was before the 80s and all that, right? We're just talking about books, how the kids break it, right? That gets funded by the Board of Education, right? The funds that they give and all that, the funds that get given to the school, right? The books, the curriculums, all that shit.
Well, so
field trips, all that
certain
stuff.
Things, yeah, certain things will get funded, but they also have to keep up to certain standards.
My question would be, right, what happens to, like, for example, the parents that are homeschooling? Like, for example, they'll get computers, they get books and all that. And, will that stop that funding for those parents that are homeschooling?
Yeah, you would have, so right now there's some communities that do this with homeschooling and some don't, but like you would have parents that actually get together that are doing all different parents that are doing homeschooling, and they would actually help each other fund things, and it would be.
Oh yeah, we do that already.
Yeah, exactly. There's people doing it right now. So like this is what we would do, and I think that's a better sense of community. Right. I think more people should homeschool their kids, right? Like we need more 2-parent households, more moms homeschooling their kids and raising good adults.
The question is, like you said earlier, should every child be homeschooled? Because I don't think every child is fit to be homeschooled.
Oh, should every child be homeschooled? I mean, the thing is with how our society works, it's not, I don't know if it's possible for every school, every child to be homeschooled, right?
So I think some kids can.
But in a future where like the majority of our society is 2-parent households, where compared to now it's not. Like most kids being homeschooled would be the idea, and I think
that'll be the most critical part. Can you get back to the 2-family household?
Yeah, I think we just need to start taking away some things and adding some things into law.
Yeah,
like I just had this talk with a channel earlier. That's actually was the beginning of my stream, was a talk about abortion. I think this is one of the things that's contributed to taking away 2-family households, right? Because we just don't have no sense of responsibility for what sex is and having kids and all of that.
See, when we talk about 2-parent households, right, I was just having a conversation with somebody and they made me see it another way, right? Because, we always talk about this, and I agree to a certain extent with everybody when they talk about it. But somebody made me see it another way the other day when they was talking about how, right, and it's true because I experienced it. So it's kind of like what happens when there can't be a 2-parent household for the simple reason that one of the parents are bound to a bed in a hospital or, in a mental home or in a jail cell, or the worst, in a casket, can never come back. You see where I'm
coming from? So like this, and I'm not saying
I'm just looking for a conversation because it made it hard.
Oh no, for sure.
I didn't even know what to say.
There definitely would be these cases, and what would happen is there would be more sense of family, right? Because your neighbor isn't just some like single dude, and the next one over some OF chick, and then the next one over some. Like you would have more neighborhoods full of 2-parent households, which would have that sense of family and community. So there would be people to help out in these situations.
So basically, like with me, I have a support system. That's what I should have said.
And it would inspire more like uncles and grandmas and aunts and cousins getting back together, having family dinners and shit. Like that shit doesn't happen anymore like it used to. I bet maybe you guys are different, but most people I talk to, I ask them, do you guys know like any of your neighbors? And they'll say, not one. And I'll say, you know how crazy that is? Like back in the day, people knew 4 blocks of neighbors, right? Like now nobody even knows their next door neighbor. That's insane.
Bro,
Like,
I ain't gonna lie to you. I try not to know my neighbors, but
yeah, see,
they don't play that shit, bro. I know, like, bro, I go outside, bro. I be like, I be doing lives walking down the street. People be stopping me, like, hey, like, yeah, cool. But no, I live by.
That's what I mean, and like this, the mindset most people have. So like, I don't blame you. Like most people have this mindset now. Like I don't want to know these motherfuckers. Like,
I grew up in this community, so I know all my neighbors. Plus, I know the people from other blocks. I grew up, and the only thing that changed here is like I'm gonna say here and say the people that moved out or the old heads that have passed away. That now we've got some new neighbors recently. Because we live in a community where people have lived here for years. And I'm talking about years. Old heads ain't getting rid of their houses. They passing that joint down.
That's what's up. That's how it should be, right? That's what built that's what built the society we get to have the luxury of enjoying now, right? Is that 2-parent households when men ready to go to war, right? Oh my lord, if we have a draft now, I feel bad.
Wait, a draft? I haven't heard about a draft because I was like, what?
First 5 waves of men they send in is gone, bro. We gotta depend on the few real men we got left.
Did that bill pass yet?
Which bill?
That draft bill.
Did that bill pass yet though?
Well, yeah, you could still be drafted. What do you mean, like to take away the draft?
No. They were trying to do something now.
They're trying to pass the bill now to where if you 18 years old, you gotta enlist.
Oh yeah.
But I thought that was always existed. It's just that I haven't heard about that shit since I was like 14 or 13. I'm 35.
The only reason you don't have a draft now is because people participate. The draft was implemented because people didn't volunteer. So they kind of force in war times they force people, but now you got volunteers. But they want to build.
No, but I think every kid. I think they was trying to pass something maybe within this year to where every 18-year-old has to be enlisted.
I know what Gary's talking about. They're alive on that John. I know, but that John had me confused. Like I don't know what they was trying to do with it.
Yeah, so every all male citizens between 18 and 25 are required to register like with selective service. And like if we got to the times of needing the men of our country to fight, yeah, they would definitely be drafting the war fighting age men, right? I think if I'm not mistaken, let me try to search this up because I think you guys might be talking about extending the draft to women.
No, this is men. These are boys. This is boys. I have a son. I'm on top of this. So automatically, as soon as he turned 18, he got to go down there and enlist. Well, that's what they're trying to push now. You didn't have to do it. They're trying to make you do it now.
See, I didn't know that. And so
I found it. It says, look, shit, if I can get rid of these little ads. The U.S. House, and this was in 2024. See, I had to go back all the way over there because I remember I did a live. The House of Representatives passed a bill seeking to automate the registration of men aged 18 to 26 for the Selective Service System, which has been required by federal law since 1980. Contrary to social media posts suggesting the bill makes registration a new requirement or resonates the draft. The Republican-led House of Representatives passed they passed H.R. 8070 titled Service Member Quality of Life Improvement in National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. On June 14, it includes a provision to automatically register those who are required to register for the selective system. So I'm guessing that's new people. Hold on, here we go. The bill still needs to pass. It hasn't passed.
So now what is the requirements? Because back in the day, the draft, if you were the only boy, you didn't have to register.
No, it's
now-
it's all males that
It says it's
are
mandatory for all
18,
men now.
18 to 25, and if they failed to do so, this could be a felony.
It's a
Oh,
felony.
Oh shit!
You go to jail.
Yeah,
That's
failing,
why
My son
yeah,
can't
failing to
register.
register is a felony.
Now, see that
You gotta read
bullshit to
further.
me.
See, someone can't register because if you have mental if you suffer from mental health issues, you cannot go into the army.
Oh
to fight.
well,
But
yeah.
that
This,
was
oh, so you're
but-
saying about the exceptions of like people with mental health issues
Yeah,
or something. Like
That's the
this.
only exceptions they have, just in case anybody's wondering. You cannot have you cannot have autism, you cannot have schizophrenia.
Automatic.
Everybody else is automatic. If you fail to register,
Well-
it's a
Well,
crime.
Commander,
Yeah, and I see right here they're trying. It was in this was in 2024, but yeah, they were trying to make it so that this would extend to women as well,
It
and
actually
they
does.
they didn't pass that.
well,
Did
I don't
pass
think
it?
they passed it. That's all I was asking.
I think you went further. No, I think they were supposed to
It was
have
nice
passed it in
knowing you, Commander.
2024 because it's saying it's mandatory, right? So, but did they pass it? Like completely pass it?
I don't know.
it was nice knowing you, Commander. I'm dipping. I'm out.
When I put in if you're the only son, do you have to enlist? What I'm reading here is that if you're the only son, you would be later down the line of the draft. You wouldn't not have to enlist. So you'd still have to enlist.
That's
You would
crazy.
just like
Still,
the other guys would have to go
Yeah.
first.
Yeah,
you
Commander.
like
we
last to the last. You the last
my
resort.
son is not fighting for this country. I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
get a little bit in behind, right? And it's a lot of people I've heard like some people tried to argue that we shouldn't have this, but like most people I think understand that it's important for us to have this in effect because we need the men of our society to protect it if we're in an emergency situation.
Yeah, my son's
I
scared.
don't-
when he
I
came
don't-
up to me
I don't
talking about
think
he
he
wanted
did.
to enlist.
I think there's enough people willing to do it than trying to, force people to do it.
Yeah,
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
enough.
If we're in like a world war, right? This is different than the wars we see today, right? We see minuscule on what's like. We're seeing every day now like a new missiles being launched, and like this seems hectic. This is nothing compared to what was going on when we needed it, right?
All they're
Like,
gonna do is take away all the
Wars ain't even-
incentive of doing it, man. Doing it voluntarily. That's all they're gonna do.
But warfare is not even is not the same no more. War is fought differently anyway. I don't think.
war is definitely fought differently, but there's still frontline combat, right? A lot of people think that it's just like drones and missiles and shit, but it's not. There's still a lot of people that are boots on ground.
I know for a fact, but I don't. War is, bro. War is not. You got enough fucking criminals, man. Send their ass over there. I'm straight. War is not. I mean, I don't believe people who.
So they can help the other side.
Right. Oh, shit.
They'll be like, yo, let me in your country. I'll kill all these guys.
I don't even think a lot of people who have combat experience, we don't even support them or acclimate them properly back into society. I mean, war is not
Commander. Commander's trying to get us.
humane.
You read Commander's comment? She's trying to send us all to oblivion. She says in the
Crackhead.
crackhead.
You feel me?
Yo, we gonna die.
Is the submarine safer than the ship?
They're gonna invert our houses. They're gonna come and rob us with all the missiles. Give me your money. Give me your money.
Commander, if you only knew what I knew. Maybe one day we'll have that conversation.
Yo.
I'm more worried about if it's mandatory. Like I said, if it's mandatory, will they take away the incentive of going voluntarily? There's no need to have incentives then. If it's mandatory, what's the incentive?
No, it's
what's
only
incentivizing?
mandatory in the case of like the national emergency of a world war, right? Like that's the only time it's mandatory. It's not like they can just for any reason just say, okay, hey, you're going to war now. It's like it's just that you have to enlist so they know that if it's the case where they need to start sending as many people as they can right away, they know who you are, where you are, and they need to come find you so that you can go to war, or else you're gonna get a felony.
Is it enlisting or is it registering?
You gotta register.
Yeah, you're registering for selective service. Enlisting is when you do it yourself.
When you sign up to go.
But like if we're ever at a world war, right? They're gonna come find the people on the selective service.
Yeah, that's why you gotta register. Chill, man, because my
This is automatic registration.
Listen, them people is real good at convincing because remember, we're just not so long ago, my son came home talking about I want to register. So listen, my heart dropped. I just convinced him not to go not so long ago. I'm listen, I found a way. He like, I'll sign you up for whatever you want. It's me. It's more the mother in me because I know what happens. You see where I'm coming from? But he makes a point too. He wants to get tougher. He wants to become more of a man. But it's like, like I don't just want to lose my son. But either way, whether I like it. Yeah, either way. Listen. Right? Them people was just here in Philly when he came over here. They gave him boots.
Listen, if you're in Pennsylvania and he want like structure and discipline, I can hook him up with the state troopers. My cousin is actually the head of the crime division of the Pennsylvania State Troopers. So, and my family is real integrated into the Pennsylvania State Troopers. So, instead of going to the military. I
know what it is because I gotta be overprotective with him here because realize the neighborhood we in. Like you come outside, and I know that there's a lot of neighborhoods like that, but I'm not that type of mom to say go ahead, just go do whatever you want or go figure out whatever it is that you need to figure out. No, my kids got questions, I answer. I'm there for them. I know that it's the point in time where I gotta pop my titty out their mouth, but it's not just throw them out to the wolves. My son's only 15, so it's like, all right, I went out, got his working papers. Go ahead, you can go to work. But for right now, give me some time to think about this army shit.
Nah, if he's gun ho on that, make him go get his bachelor's degree. I believe his bachelor's, if they didn't change anything.
You don't want to go to
that college? Way, after he enlists and go to boot camp, he can apply for officer candidate school. He'll go to the military, go be an officer.
These mofos in here talking about it was the military here, it was the Navy, and I forgot what else. They talking about they extended the program from 15 and up. He's like, Mom, I just turned 15. I was like, just give me some time to think. And I just convinced him not so long ago. Now I got to go help him.
ROTC?
Help him try to get a little job or something so I can get him a little occupied. Like, just give me a minute. What's the point of this right now? I need more male perspectives first. Let me talk to some more men.
If he go the route for the military, make sure he get his, I believe his bachelor's degree. And that way, once he finishes boot camp, he can apply for officer candidate school. And that way he can make a career out of it. Other than that, I mean, like when you enlist, bro, you get 3 choices of what your job duty is. And they don't care what's at the top. They choose where they need you at.
But you know what I'm trying to figure out? If they're taking them at 15, what is it? They're putting them through school first, and then they're
the only way they can't take them at 15.
Yes, they're starting to take them at 15.
They can't take them at 15. The minimum age they can take you is 16, and that's with a parent's signature.
I got the application. It's 15 now. We're 15 now, and that's why I'm asking: is it like a school? Is it a school or what? Because I know that I was looking into it. I know Philadelphia has one, right? But it's not here in Philly.
No, you're talking about JROTC. I mean, that they put them in a program where, like, if they go like at that, even at 16, until they finish school, because even if you say if they drop out and you sign off, they still got to get their GED. But what they do is put them in like a prep program. It's like junior ROTC, and
Yeah,
they go
come on.
train and stuff like that. But they're not actually part of the military.
'Cause that's what I was trying to figure out. Because I'm reading and I'm reading
actually
into
part of
this,
the
and I'm
military.
like, what they put them into is like they got a program.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken,
Philadelphia,
that's not even like
but it's not even in Philly. It's in the outskirts of Philly, going a little further out, and that's I would say Pennsylvania, but I don't know what part of Pennsylvania.
I think they can do it that young.
Yeah, they can do it that young because you can get. I know now kids are getting their permits at 15 and a half and 15 years old and all that. So it's possible.
They're not even gonna let them in. I mean, you gotta have at least you gotta have a GED. You gotta have a college degree or GED. Unless they changed it. But even at 16, like I had a homeboy, he graduated at 16. He graduated at 15. He actually graduated at 15. He had to wait to 16 to go out to boot camp. And even then, he came home. He was more on a reserve cycle. And when he turned 17, I don't know, maybe it was either 17 or 18, he went full active duty.
I just looked it up, Bird. Okay, so that's what it is. He's in a perfect grade this year. That's why they looked him up. Okay, it says Pennsylvania, right? Valley Forge Military Academy, and they start off from the grades 9 through 12.
Yeah, that's an academy. That's not the military.
That's where they
It's
take
a military academy, but they're not in the military.
Yeah, I just looked that John up.
There's a prep program to get them prepared.
I just looked that John up myself.
That's crazy.
And this is okay. Where's this John at?
Valley Forge. Valley Forge. That's like right there. Pennsylvania.
My auntie graduated from there.
Yeah, they're gonna talk about George Washington all year long.
Oh no, that's okay. That's the main one. They got one here in Philly. This is new. Okay, on 28 North 13th Street. That's right there in Center City. Damn. Okay.
Oh,
so they
yeah,
are putting more programs. This is new. Okay, Drexel is a part of it. But I'm part of the National Hispanic Institute. I didn't even know that was. I'm a part of this shit. Oh shit. That's crazy.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué pasó?
Philadelphia Wind Point. Temple is a part of this. Valley Forge Military is part. Oh, damn. All these programs are a part of this in Philly. Okay.
Yep.
I didn't even know
every Philly school is down with it.
Damn. So they are recruiting the kids from 15 and up to get them ready before they go to the military. I was trying to figure out.
This is the thing. Like, if you go to one of those prep programs, you'll probably start off at like an E3 or an E4. Like,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Lance Corporal or something. Instead of coming in as a private, depending on what branch you go to. You know, they get different segments. If y'all go to the Navy, just know y'all gonna start off as seamen.
What?
That's the title of the E. I think it's the E1. I think the Navy, the beginning title, like Army, Marines. I don't know what the Air Force is, but they all start off as private. But the Navy, you start off as a seaman. You ain't nothing but a seaman.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Or a sea woman.
I guess. Let's say he lost me on that one.
You a sea.
No women. Keep them
okay.
out of the military. All forms of military. Just let's.
I didn't really
like
that shit.
The strongest military.
Isn't they trying to revert that back too? I think they were trying to revert that back to all men.
They should. I don't think. I mean, I'm sure this is one of the goals eventually. But yeah, they should take women out of the military. It just doesn't make sense.
I gotta find that video. I think they was debating that on one of them Senate meetings. I gotta find it. But there's always a woman and a man debating, right? The man said because I think he brought up the statistics on how there is more women that get us aid in the military, the Navy, and all that than there is men, right? But then you got the women that bring up the same thing happens to men. But I understood what he was trying to say, that it is true when they go out to Afghanistan and all these countries, the women are the ones that get assaulted more than the men do.
Yeah, and if you're in the trenches and something happens where your leg gets blown off, you want somebody who can carry you back, not somebody who's gonna sit there and die with you.
But see, the debate wasn't about that. The debate was more about the women going through SA assault than a woman losing her life. That was the crazy part. And I will go more towards
I understand that argument too.
Yeah.
With prisoners of war, this doesn't happen to men at nearly the rate that it happens to women. When they catch women, that is the thing they're doing, and it's for hours and multiple men. It's not pretty, and we don't. I think it's a good thing for us as society to mitigate this as much as humanly possible. So taking our women out of the military would mitigate that shit 100%. Our women aren't going over there and getting fucking gang raped and shit. That's why.
Y'all did not witness this. I almost became a feminist for 1 second. I did not almost debate this man.
I agree with women not being.
I got what you were saying, though.
Sorry, I agree with women not being on the front line, but I believe there is positions for women in the military, because military is like a community. They have different jobs. So I mean, even cooks, into logistics or intelligence, stateside, they can do is so many different jobs women can do. I don't believe they should be on the front line because they're a liability. And that's because I believe it's a liability because innately men protect women. So if there's a woman on the front line and she in danger, a man go put themselves in harm's way, and that's just becomes a liability.
Yeah, so I actually still think we shouldn't even have the women in these positions because. So okay, Word, you've probably done, well, maybe you've done any type of like construction work or anything like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how the dudes on the crew, the type of shit they say and do to each other, right? Right. And with jobs like this, men in the military, their level of this is going to be turned way up because they're getting over, usually men do this at work to get over the shitty fucking day that they're having, right? They fuck around with each other, it gets by. When you're at a place where you just watched a bunch of people's faces get blown off and shit, yeah, I can imagine this shit turn up, right? And you throw that dynamic off when you add women into this, right? Because now your joke that you would say to a dude to this woman is sexual harassment. Now she's going to fucking try and make you lose your job. And then you also have to worry about if this woman gets pregnant, she can't be there no more. So she has to go and be off pregnant. If some emergency happens, that's one less person. So there's a lot of weaknesses that come with having women in our military force, right?
Speakeasy,
and that's why I said, even if they, even stateside, but even as far as think of medical, you know what I'm saying? I think it is you can.
You're gonna hate this, but studies are showing that men even make better nurses
in the medical field.
Yeah,
I'm not liking Speakeasy because he's kind of sounding like these people that I've been watching. Oh my God.
Men can pick up the patients where women can't. Women usually need help to roll someone over or something like this.
Yeah, oh my God, I'm not liking him right now because I wanted to debate, but see, he's saying the same shit.
No, I had to see that because
I'm a health
in the medical field for 15
years.
Men suck at nursing. Just from personal experience, men freaking suck at nursing. Most of the time, dealing with patients, it was always the female who was more helpful. They called me what did they used to call me? I gotta ask my boy because it was in Tagalog. It was in the Filipino language, but basically they were saying I was soft.
Oh shit!
Because yeah,
But see,
because I was more like the women. Like I was more, you know, in tune with the patients, like the women.
Oh shit! That just made you a good. What was you, a nurse?
I was the anesthesia assistant.
All right, that just made you a good doctor. That's it. Shit.
No, I wasn't no doctor. I wasn't on that level.
I don't know what to call them. So you're stuck with Doc right now because you still, you know, you was right there with them. They're not nurses. What are they? They're the anesthesians. In which part will they?
Legally dealt with drugs.
They're not nurses. So what do you call them? But it's crazy. But speakeasy, the ones that the anesthesians are not. The ones that give the anesthesia and all that, they're not nurses.
No, you have anesthesiologists, which are the doctors. You have nurse anesthetists, which are the nurses. That's who do most of the work. The anesthesiologists come in the room. As soon as you go to sleep, they out. Unless it's like some, you know, big case. But then you have anesthesia assistants and you have anesthesia techs. So like my job was equivalent to like an LPN almost.
Okay, now I know it. Okay. He still get more credit than a doctor. Shit. I'm sorry. To me, listen, the nurses and everybody else do more to work than the doctors. But they should. But listen, that's my opinion. People gonna get mad at me. The nurses should get paid more.
Nah, bro. Like anesthesiologist, that's one of the highest paying doctors. That school is rigorous, man. Become an anesthesiologist, you gotta be a bad motherfucker. That shit is almost harder than being like a cardiologist.
Oh shit!
They get paid more than the cardiologist.
But back to what Speakeasy was saying,
that's the person to put you to sleep and wake you up.
he makes a point, right? And then where the fuck Gary go? In the nursing field, it may be like that, but come to the health aid community. You see where I'm coming from? The aides that come and take care of the patients at home. As a woman, right, and I'm not the only woman that says it, right? We hate it when us females are together. We got to come together as health aides to take care of the heavy patients, especially the men, because when they're bedbound or wheelchair bound, they're heavier than their normal weight. It's like carrying dead weight. You see where I'm coming from? And the one complaint that we have is that as females, right, female health aides, we should have a male nurse that comes to the house when we have to deal with either male patients that are bound to a bed or heavy patients, because the rolling over part is the hardest. And if we injure a patient while we're rolling them over, our career is over. I mean, whether it's a free career, whether you're trained to it or
like my mother, she takes care of old people, and like she's had many times where like older men have attacked her, and even though these dudes are older, they've been able to overpower her in some of these situations.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you're not gonna have this issue as much with men, right?
Like in the health aid
community. I'm trying to find you the page this study's from because I have the PDF, but I want to give you the actual source.
Like when I was taking care of my patients, I was trained. See, I got trained to do CPR, to do a whole bunch of stuff. You see, before I did all this. Now you have the option to not be trained, but it means that you're not going to be able to interact with your client as much. So fuck it, let me get trained. Let me get experience behind this.
I think that should be mandated.
But a lot of people don't take
CPR.
A lot of people don't take that training, and it's not just about the CPR. Like they teach you how to, deal with how you cut the NARC pens and all that shit. Deal with patients that have drug issues and all that. Like you should know how to deal with all of this shit.
Shit, I had to learn how to control airways.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
all of that. Deal with seizures. That's how I learned how to deal. I saved the bull's life down the street when he got jumped because of the training that I was taking that same month. If it wasn't for that, I would have, listen, that bull, that shit was like, one thing is dealing with it with the dummies and, with somebody saying, you're intending to do this, right? But another thing is having an actual person in front of you. You see, and you have to like sit here and help this person and not let them die. That's the hardest thing.
Everybody ain't built for that. Everybody ain't built for that shit, bro. People go take that training and when real shit happen, they freeze the fuck up.
Shit, no, man. I went all out.
I seen doctors pass out because They seen blood.
No, man, I got a whole kit.
Everybody ain't built for that shit.
I'm not a health aide no
You know,
more.
I did CPR 39 times, and I was successful 37 times. I only lost 2 people in 15 years. Everybody ain't good. The people who was training me freaked the fuck out.
That's some real shit.
Imagine that shit. The one who trained you to do CPR freak out when CPR needed to be applied.
It's not easy. Look, I had to
I'm
learn.
just laughing. There's a woman in my chat that says women shouldn't be working with the public. Seriously, just lock us up to take care of the home.
I'm dead.
All women ain't built
Face cat.
all women ain't built the same, man. Just like all men. I mean, shit. All men ain't built for.
Oh, you gotta respect the money. Word.
That's why people need to be qualified.
Oh, that's Stoic.
Hold on, where is it at? Here, bro. Shout out to Stoic, brother.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Hard work. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
Okay, what the hell? Wait, I'm like, wait, I have to speak. Wait a minute.
You didn't want to see the alien twerking.
That's my bear bath. No, I'm smoking. I don't smoke on camera, so like the green.
Man versus man.
Oh, check this out. I got a new troll drop, bro. Now you tell me Nate's troll drop is better than this. Classic already.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Get him out. Ready? Are you ready? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get the hell out of here.
Fired.
Lord, fire.
I don't get trolls though, bro. I don't get too many people don't like trolling me because I start reading their ass. Frankie Blanco, what up, though? Man, I had this troll come in. I think I changed his life. Motherfucker trolled me for 2 days and just stopped coming back. But I kind of knew who it was.
Frankie, baby.
I like you got to get used to the trolls with this shit because there's so many of them. I get them all the fucking time.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun with them. Trust me. I have fun with people like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving me the opportunity to put my skills to use.
That's it.
It gives me the opportunity to show my emotional intelligence.
Yeah. So, what's the title of your stream? What was the topic there?
The hidden
power of emotion.
The power of emotion. Atmosphere, my brother, what it do with the businesses, bro? Appreciate you. Yeah, so I was just explaining to people how powerful our emotions really are, and if we don't control them, how people can take control of them. So emotions influence thought dictates action. Who was that? I think what is that dude? Fugazi podcast. You ever heard of him? No Fugazi podcast. Is he still?
Oh yeah.
I ain't even seen him in a while. I ain't seen nothing pop up. So he was talking about one day. He was talking about influence dictates thought dictates action, and I'm like, yeah, but the influence comes from where? The emotion. Influence doesn't come from emotion. I said, bro, the way you think is perceived about the way you feel about things. That's how you perceive things, is the way you think. So if you can control the way you feel, you can determine the way you think. If you can determine the way you think, you make better action. When you're pissed off, when you feeling angry, mad, or sad, you act in those. That's the actions you take in life are dictated or predicated upon how you feel. So me and him had a little back and forth with that, and I'm like,
Okay,
okay, bro, you just want to be right.
let me see if I think I get this. So you're saying basically that our thoughts are influenced by our emotions?
Mm-hmm.
And then what would you say causes our emotions then? Like, don't you have to think about something before you're emotional about it?
And see that's the argument. That's the argument we have. I mean, that's the argument I have with this concept. So, give me a hypothetical. Okay, like this. So,
Yeah,
if
like
someone,
what I would say, like, so say like a family member dying, right? You would have to think about the family member dying for you to be emotional to it, right?
so do you equate awareness to thinking?
Well, so thinking is simply expressing how would I say this to make it sound clear. So thinking is simply a process of analyzing information that you're receiving. Maybe I said that.
So the process of using one's mind to consider or reason about something. That's basically, in a nutshell, what you said. So
Yeah, like it's a process of like questioning, assuming, evaluating, judging, and reasoning. That's what the thinking is. Like it's a process of all of this.
So basically, so even a family member died. So it's outside coming in. So you thinking to feel, and then you feel. So once you get the information, I'm gonna use your concept from family member dying. My family member died. I'm processing it or thinking about the family member dying. Now it stimulates an emotion, right? From that emotion, I become sad. So now I'm thinking about being sad. So it's thinking to emotion, emotion back to thinking.
Yeah, the reason you're thinking, the reason what you're thinking is sad is because you're thinking what you think about the situation. So a family member passing, what you think about that situation is going to determine how you feel about that situation. Right?
So
if you heard there's a dude like Hitler right now and he just got blasted in his face, you think about the situation, dude like Hitler, blasted in his face, right? Like there's no emotion. Like it's like, oh, whatever, right? Like that like, but and then it's your family member instead. The emotion's different because it's what you think about the situation that you're thinking about.
So what you're saying is thinking influenced the emotion instead of emotion influenced the thinking.
Right. Yeah. So another thing I thought you said too was emotion about how influences action as well.
Emotion influence thought influence action.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was that's why the action part came in. Yeah, no, I would say you'd have to like whether it's positive negative, or even if you feel neutral about something, you're gonna have to think about that thing to feel about it. You know what I mean?
So I will have to go deeper to the concept, because now what we're talking is the outside stimulant dictating the inside. So it's now is the outside influence the inside. So from this concept, what I was creating was the inside out. You see what I'm saying? So
see, like what we think leads to what we feel and what we do. And then what you do and what you feel are linked as well, right? And they can elevate each other. But it all stems from what you think.
And
I get why you're saying there's like a circle here, right? Like it's like your thoughts make you feel a certain way, and then that certain emotion will lead to a certain behavior, and then that behavior will lead to a thought about said behavior. Is that where you're going with this?
Well, is when we talk about like self-mastery, right? So instead of allowing the outside to influence the inside, you make the inside influence the outside. So to control self, even from that aspect that you said, like when my family members died, like I just recently had a cousin that passed away, right? Me thinking about it made me feel a certain type of, and that feeling created other thoughts. And those thoughts created different actions. So for me to gain control, I had to first control the emotion to control the thought. If I did not control the emotion, I would have continued, being sad, depressed, upset. So the outside has the potential to influence the inside, but also the inside, you have the power. That's what I'm saying. Like you, in general, you have the power. So like, say if someone...
I would agree with you. I would say, though, you have to change the way you're thinking about the situation to take that emotion out of you. Like, it's like trauma, how like trauma will sit on you and like the littlest things can trigger this trauma emotion in someone, right? When someone who's experienced a bunch of it young and then they go years without any emotional response to anything and then something triggers it, right? The way that they fix this issue is the way they think about the emotion they're having, rather than like, because when you say to control your emotions, I think I don't, the reason I can't understand it is because this goes hand in hand, right? It's like the emotion, unless like sometimes like people have like wiring in their brain that's different, that makes them have like different emotional outbreaks for no reason, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like us with normal functioning brains. We need to be able to think how we feel about, or what we think about something, to know how we feel about it. Because like if someone thinks that like grape is good, right, and like they genuinely think this, right, their emotion when they think about grape is going to be good, not bad, right? So like that's the thing I'm having an issue with, where it's first emotions and then thought.
And so like that's why I was asking you, do you equate awareness to thinking?
Yeah. So like when you know about something, that would be a part of the process of like you receive the information and you're analyzing it, and then you have a certain assumption about what this means usually. So like in the case of the family member dying, bad, right? Assumption already. Your assumption, your underlying assumption is me losing my family member is bad before this even happened. So then when it happens and you think about it, bad comes up right away because you've already made the assumption long time ago losing your family member is bad. But there, like, I do understand. That's why I brought it up the way I did earlier, where if you're saying where like, so like your thoughts can trigger an emotion that'll trigger a behavior that will trigger the way you think about said behavior or said emotion that caused this behavior, and it'll cause like a circle. This is the people that get caught in these like depression fucking circles, right? Because they can't stop. So that's why we always say you're overthinking it, dude. Chill the fuck out, because they're like, oh my god, everything. You know, those people that say, oh, it's the fucking end of the world. I'm done. Oh my god, like, you know, they don't ever like get out of that circle.
What up, Nines?
What up,
Hey.
Mark?
So this is why some people distract themselves with things to not think about the thing that makes them feel angry or sad. They distract their mind.
100%. I always say the reason, like, that's why I want to quit smoking weed completely, because like I had to like explain that to myself. Like, see, I had to change the way I was thinking because I knew, right? I had to fucking beat it into my own head that like the amount of weed, right, that I was smoking was to alter my mind from reality all the time, right? Because like obviously I'm still cognitively here and able to function and do all the shit I do, but there's still something you're numbing yourself to when you're altering your mind with anything, even if it's as little as weed. So like I've cut it back way back, and that's what helped me get ahead in life, because I realized through that time that I'm not fucking high, that, oh shit, okay, this is what I was trying to block out of my head. I need to just address this shit instead of just ignoring it. So like, yeah, you're right. That's why a lot of people will do that shit so they don't have to think about it. Drinking, a lot of people do it with drinking, because drinking makes you forget everything. You drink enough, you forget shit for fucking days.
Now, if you get punched in the face, then yeah, you get punched in the face, you feel it, and your mind says automatic reaction, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna punch you back. That's more like
or
an
some
instinct.
people have the run, right? That
or yeah,
yeah,
or freeze.
A natural instinct to just like dip or freeze. I've seen it. I never like understood that, but I've seen it. Where when we're a bunch of us youngs fucking doing stupid shit, and fucking we were hopping fences in people's backyards, and someone caught us in their backyard, all of us start running, and the one kid just sat there like, we're like, yo, what are you doing? And he didn't know what to do. I thought he was gonna piss himself.
No, that might be the same kid though that drops his pants all the way down at the urinal. I don't know.
Right? Yo, you know there was kids that did that. Well, you don't, but there was
I heard
any of the boys that went to grade school, okay? They know where there was that one or two weirdo kids that just dropped their pants all the way down to their ankles at the urinal, and you're like, yo, we don't want to see your ass, kid. What are you doing?
Although there are some girls who don't like lock the door, like at the public restroom. They don't close the door. Some girls do that.
That's wild.
My bad. Can y'all hear me? I'll be right back in.
Now we do, yeah.
I'm not gonna admit that's me. No, I'm just playing. It's all girls. Who cares?
Shit.
Yes, I'm not sure where it's going with it.
Now, I don't know. It's all girls, and then, you know, the chick with the dick walks in.
Hold on, you don't know where I'm going with. I didn't hear that last part. My bad. I'm back.
No, I don't know where you're going. Like where you're going with this one.
Wait, what?
Like as an example.
Oh, so
like you use an example in the way you're thinking about how.
Oh, with the thoughts and the emotions.
So is mind is the way to shift. So like wait, like even the way Easy explained it, right? So even the thought triggers the emotion. So to take control, you got to go to the root, right? Why do you feel this way? So that's the aspect I'm starting from, is the emotion. The emotion is the driving force of how our mindset is framed, how we feel about things. So
But your
even if
mind still
we,
has to decipher, right? The why.
you still have to use the thought, and that's why I use, to make it less confusing. That's why I like to say awareness of the emotion, which awareness is still a thinking process. But even if something outside triggers you, like even think of the process outside, it has to be filtered through the mind. Once it's filtered to the mind, we associate, the way we associate it, if it's good or bad for us, is predicated upon the emotion, how we feel about it. Like he said, if a person think grape is good, he's thinking is good, is being filtered through the mind and is good, then he get that feeling is good. How do you, well, you can't, that ain't fixable. I don't think predator, but even like, I'm gonna give, like, use my cousin for example. He passed away of cancer, and it tore him up. So when he passed away, it's the thought of him passing away entered. So it's the outside influence on the inside. So how do I gain control? I have to control the emotion first. If I can control the emotion, then I can control the way I thought about it. He was suffering for months. Even though I don't want him gone, I know he's not suffering no more. So once I make peace with that emotion, my mindset, the way I think about losing him, changes.
So when you say stop the emotion, what do you mean by that? And explain to
I'm
me
not
that
even
process.
I'm not gonna say stop the emotion, but identify why I feel this way.
Oh, you thought about it. See, the thinking always comes first. See what I mean? There's always a part of thinking first.
You're gonna change the way you think about it. That's like when I say tell yourself a different story, like in your head, to
But
change
even
the way
Like,
you
yeah, this is
feel
like,
about it.
dude, when my process of quitting weed was like looking at myself in the mirror all the time and saying, "You fucking loser! What are you doing? You don't need to smoke so much weed. You fucking bum!" Like, I used to like talk to myself like this. Like, I had to change the way I thought about smoking this much weed, because I had that mindset like, "Oh, it's just weed. Who gives a fuck? I can function just perfectly fine. It does nothing to me." That was my whole mindset before. And I just beat it into myself every day that I know, you fucking idiot. That's not good. Change that shit.
but even changing the way you think about something, right? How do you change the way you think about something? You just think
You tell
differently.
yourself a different story.
Well,
you tell yourself a different story. So
I use logical reasoning to make sure that if the way I'm thinking is the most logical way of thinking through the situation. That's how I do it. I find this has been the best guidance for almost everything that I've done since I've changed my life for the better. Is I just take a logical reasoning step approach where I'm like, okay, this is what I'm doing. This is how I feel about it. This is how I think about it. And that's why I do debating so much, man. Because like I want to challenge my own worldview. Like, I want to make sure that this is like, I got this shit right. You know what I mean?
So you're using now. How does that process work? How do you? Because for me that's backwards. And the reason I say that's backwards is because I can think all day, but until I believe, until I feel like it's good or bad, no matter what I think, it won't change.
Okay, so like people that have victim mentality, right? They can tell themselves a different story because the story they're telling themselves is they're a victim, right? I'm a victim. But if I tell myself a different story, like no, I'm not a victim. I'm this, I'm this, I'm that. I'm something different. Then I'm telling myself a different story. I'm no longer a victim. I no longer feel like a victim because I'm changing the story.
And you tell that. So what is belief to you?
Belief? Yeah, it's thinking something, right? Believing in something, thinking something is. Something is or isn't.
Right, what you? So that's your meaning. So sorry, I must have missed. Did you ask the word? What does belief mean to you?
Yeah, I either believe I'm a victim or I believe I'm not a victim. I got to tell myself, I got to go with either one of those stories.
So belief is to accept or to feel sure of something, or to feel something is true.
Yeah, it's where you consider something to be true.
When you consider in the concept, like belief itself, they say what. This is why I asked that, because
belief is not necessarily based on evidence.
Because remember, Word, how you've said like
by evidence, but it's not based on it. That's why, like, I like for the things that I deem to be true. I say I know they're true because, like, the again with the laws of logic, right? Like, something can't be true and not true at the same time. So there is an objective truth to every situation. That's what I want to find when I go. That's what I'm looking for. That's my process. Finding the objective truth to the situation I'm dealing with.
I mean, you can think of it as like, because I know Word you've said before, like sometimes women go more towards like when they say, oh, I feel that this should happen like this, instead of I think that this should happen like this. Like maybe some people go off of what they feel, like maybe an instinct, like it's not a thought, but maybe their instincts telling them that this is the right way.
That's what I think a lot of people go off. That's why I get a lot of people to admit in the end that, like, I'm like, is the reason you don't like this just the ick? It gives you the ick, so you just don't want it or something. And they'll be like, yeah. Because, like, that's where a lot of people go with. They'll get this, like, weird feeling about something, and they'll be like, yeah, that's a no. Right? And then like, so a good one I'll give you that the ick gets brought up. The age gap. Right? Could you actually tell me what's wrong with an 18-year-old dating a 40-year-old? Besides, it gives you a weird feeling.
An 18-year-old dating a 40-year-old, besides the way it make me feel.
Right?
Well, I could tell you like this. No, but I could tell you because some men might think, oh, that's the age of my daughter or my sister. They do think that.
Yeah, but Commander,
that could be
I would
my
say
kid.
That's a weird thing on them for even involving a family member thought with a sexual romantic partner, because like someone your age or a little couple years older or younger could be your brother's age or your cousin's age.
Or how about when they think like, bro, that little girl was born when you were like 18. That little girl was born. Like when you were 18, that kid was just a child, a little baby.
But now you're both adults. Like, I don't know why that matters. It's not like he raised her from a child and now he's dating her, you know?
Yeah, that's true. What up, Stoic?
I think it's the maturity factor for me.
What up, man?
What up,
man? Me personally, I never dated. Well, my first wife was actually 4 years old. 4 years younger than me. That was probably the biggest mistake I made in my life. But for me, it was always the maturity factor. I've always been attracted to older females because younger females was just immature and they had nothing to offer besides sex. So even from that aspect, like, what does a 18-year-old has to offer a 40-year-old? The conversation.
Yeah, like
sex.
That's it. That's it.
Well, no, that's not it. So, like, what would you say what's needed, right, for like a strong relationship?
Communication.
Yeah, you don't think an 18-year-old's capable of this?
Respect.
Effectively communicating.
Yeah, open communication, trust, sharing some values, like say they're both Christians or something, you know, like being able to support each other. 18-year-olds are able to support, whether it be giving some support financially or giving a support
Responsible.
in other ways. Yeah, like responsibilities around the household or whatnot. I think an 18-year-old's capable of forgiveness and honesty and understanding. I think an 18-year-old is capable of anything. Like, I don't think you need to have like been grown up in the same era to enjoy the same things, right? Like, I'm sure me and a lot of people enjoy the same music, but I didn't grow up in the same time as them. Stuff like this. Like, I don't think this is and like, to be honest, when I look at the actual big picture between me and my own wife, we actually don't have that much in common, dude. There's a lot of shit she likes that I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Most men and women don't have that much in common. Like, word, I know you don't give a fuck about no foundation and making things look like they're bigger in certain places on the face and lipsticks.
What's the age gap?
Right?
What's the age gap? What's the age gap from you guys?
18 to 40.
And like even even life experience, like what I don't think 18-year-olds really have. Like I said, I don't think they have much to offer, especially like life experience. Their brain not even fully developed yet. So
you think most men want a woman
you get what you
experience?
You get what you get. You know what I'm saying? Like you go get an immature young person, you in your 40s, you probably got your so it's like a hope and a wish that this person, this 18-year-old aligns with your values, align with your program. You know, they ain't even matured yet.
You just explained every relationship that, like, I don't think it has to, like, when you say mature, like, then does that mean like, so should we take away like when do they become mature enough to date the 40-year-old, would you say? Like, what's the youngest that's mature enough to date the 40-year-old? Because like
it's about class as well. It's about class.
23.
If you're a broke 40-year-old, if you're a broke 40-year-old, do you really think you can get down with an 18-year-old?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's class.
I think that's part of the mindset that's kind of wrong here, right? What does finances have to do with them being able to love each other and produce a family together?
What does an 18-year-old want from a 40-year-old man?
Maybe
or even 35-year-old.
Security.
Yeah, right. A family, protection, security, knowledge to a man to show the world. Have you never watched?
So you need class,
my guy.
Daddy.
So you need class, right? You need class.
You need what? Sorry.
Class. You need class.
Like financial class, or what do you mean? Like a certain
financial
level
class.
of finances?
If you're a broke 40-year-old, can you provide protection?
But like poor people have the most kids, so I mean.
And Rachel, I understand. You know, people. I was very mature at a young age. I had responsibilities since I was.
Yeah, that right there. Yeah, like some people go through it, my guy. You know, by 18,
But we on average, I just don't think. On average, I don't. To me, it's like shit. Why you can't? Why I don't even see why a 40-year-old man would want to deal with somebody that's fucking 18. Besides that,
exactly.
I mean, to be honest,
exactly.
Like, what does this? What do they have to offer you? And then this is another thing. You can, I mean, for a 40-year-old and an 18-year-old, besides sex, I think because you feel you can kind of mold them to what you desire them to be. They have been less affected by what life, they have less I don't want to say it like that, but yeah, they ain't been damaged. You know what I'm saying? 18-year-old.
Maybe they've had less bad experiences, so they're less jaded.
That's what I'm saying. And I think a lot of times, like even like I know people, like I got a homeboy, he dating, he my age. He'll be 42 this year. He dating a 20-year-old. And that's what he said. Like, man, she ain't damaged. And that's exactly what he said. Like, shit, she ain't damaged.
I don't think most men are righteous.
So you don't think most men are righteous of any age?
So your argument is that like you don't think they should date because they're not righteous? Is that what you're saying?
They don't deserve a woman?
No, what I'm saying is, okay, let's say a 35 and a 40-year-old, right? Being righteous, why would you want to get with an 18-year-old besides sex?
Say maybe she's hot.
She's hot. That's all?
Yeah, maybe
she has good baby
that was the
bearing
initial reason.
That ain't righteous.
The initial reason. What's the point?
Maybe they want like 10 kids and they got to start them early. You can't start 10 kids with a 30-something-year-old.
Here's the thing. If you're 35 and 40-year-old, if you are righteous, you're going to take that girl throughout life till death, yeah?
Right, yeah. So he sees a hot young woman that he likes, and then he engages with her and finds out, they have some similar worldviews, and then he engages in a relationship with her and builds a family with her. What's wrong with this? What's not righteous?
Hey, what's that actor's name that married the younger Asian woman and they just passed away recently? And he was like 80-something, and she was like 20, I think 20 years younger. They both passed away in the house. Do you guys know that story? They're both like actors.
I'm not sure which one.
Gene Hackman?
Yeah, he was an actor and she was like a pianist or something. And their age gap was like, I want to say like 20 years. And they were together up till old age.
See, that's the exception. I don't think most men think like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
If they can get with an 18...
Any women, if that's the case.
If a man is trying to build, I think a young woman is a liability. That's just my opinion.
I agree.
Now, if you already established, then you're established.
Like in a 40-year-old that's established and wants to build a family now. What's wrong with him building a family with the 18-year-old?
And
nothing wrong.
But upon how mature she is, because shit.
Maybe he wants to have lots and lots and lots of kids, and the way to guarantee that is to be with an 18-year-old, so they'll be able to have the most kids for him.
And when he at home sleep, her ass gonna be out partying, because she ain't getting to experience that shit yet.
Well, see, this is a lot of like assumptions, right? But we could just say this about anyone, right? I've been to the clubs. There's women of all ages there. So, I mean, we could just say that about anyone, right? It actually, you'd be dealing with less of a woman who's like in her own mindset and wants to have her own life, and a woman that wants to complement yours, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a woman that wants to complement your lifestyle rather than have her own life. And I think that's why a lot of men do tend to date younger women, right?
Not 100%, but we are in the modern world now. You know, women now have the internet. So this 40-year-old man looking for a girl, this girl got more options than he does. He can be looking, trying to build, but this girl will change her mind tomorrow.
Just a second. So say the man's like established, the 40-year-old, he's established, no kids, he's well off, and he's ready to build a life. You think the woman, 18 and hot, has more good options for a relationship than him? Is that your actual idea of how this works? She's got more options.
Why would she want to go with him? Why would she want to go with him?
Wait. She's got more options for sex, maybe. She doesn't have more options for a better man. You think a lot of established men are going to be with the chick that has a mindset?
Okay, how do you show that? Okay, how do you show that to an 18-year-old? As a 40-year-old, just for an example, but how do you show that to her?
An increase in women that are starting to turn to this, right? The younger women are starting to turn more conservative. There's actually an increase in this because
that's a plus.
How degenerate everything is gone.
That's a plus. For sure.
Like, I don't understand.
I agree with that.
So like I don't understand why, because something is possible, you think it's bad, right? Like that's like saying, well, you could get hit by a car if you drive somewhere, so we should take away all cars.
No, I don't trust all men. I don't think most men have the right mind, to be honest. I think men are looking
women.
What makes you think
both?
That?
Yeah, both. It's both ways. Actually,
like that's an honest question. I'd want to know what makes you think that, because like, just let me give you some numbers really quick, right? Like if you look into society, all of the infrastructure, the things that hold society together, right? So like this is logging workers, fishing workers, aircraft pilots, roofers, garbage collectors,
the working class citizen,
recyclables,
the working class citizen,
miners, taxi drivers, truck drivers, all the construction workers, all the different police force, all of this stuff. These are men, right? High percentage of men that are holding our society together. Benevolent men. Why do you think that? Like, why do you have this pessimism? On how men?
How much of them?
These men.
How much of them are lonely
every day? But wait,
how much of them are lonely?
The minority rather than the majority of men. The majority of men aren't like that.
No, okay. I know where you're coming from. But the working class men are they don't actually have that, to be honest. They
have what?
Sickly minded.
Like they don't have a family, like a wife.
No, like they never got what they wanted. So in your younger life, right, growing up, all the sex, you get rid of it. As you get older, you don't really care about it. A lot of men miss a lot of that. So when they hit their 30s and 40s, they want that, and it gets convoluted once you get to that age.
Well, those men are stupid. Like you're saying that, so because the men didn't have a lot of promiscuous sex when they were younger, they want to have it when they're older?
I would say that's a lot of men.
That's interesting.
I'm curious, why would you think that's a lot of men?
I hear it from girls.
Yeah, I would just advocate men not to do this, right? Men shouldn't be doing this. They should save this shit.
No, I agree. I've heard when I'm speaking to a lot of women, that Uber driver, they try to get sex with them. That Uber driver will ask for sex. That's degenerate, right? It's because they've missed out a lot.
Unscrupulous.
When they're younger.
Unscrupulous.
Wait, you're saying Uber drivers will ask for sex? Is that what you said?
It's just an example. I'll say bus drivers, construction workers, who else? Plumbers, electricians. A lot of these people
ask for sex.
What about doctors and attorneys and stuff like that?
I don't understand what you mean when you say you think they'll ask for sex.
So what you're saying is most men are sexually immature.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that might be at any age, right?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
If anything,
men like to fuck. Yeah, sure. Men like to fuck. If that's what you're saying, like, sure, I guess. But like, also, women are the gatekeepers of this, right? So, if, like, I don't know what do you?
You know, if anything, I took out of what he was saying is that maybe men that when they were younger, they didn't have the money to get girls that are interested in guys with money. And then when they did have money, they're walling out. They'd be like Shannon Sharp.
Or maybe they were building their life, you know, they were building their life out through their 20s, you know, like this.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Exactly.
Yeah, and now they want to establish with a family, so they start meeting younger girls to establish a family, right? And they've already established themselves, and they're the winning ticket for a woman to have a family. So why wouldn't they pick what they want? Like, I had this idea that this woman, like, is as fucked up as this joke sounds, it's actually a reality that there's like, you're thinking because she's 18, she holds some like huge power over this established man. There's people turning 18 every day. So like, I don't know why number 18 holds some like power, and they have like sexual, maybe in the sexual market. Sure, a lot of dudes want to fuck them, but the one that's going to actually give them a family is what matters here. This is what we're talking about. And I that's why I say, like, if we're talking about a 40-year-old dating an 18-year-old and they have a family together and live their lives out like this, what's wrong with this?
It isn't wrong. There is the exception, and there is the general.
Well, so you're saying in general it's wrong for 18-year-olds to date 40-year-olds?
In general, yes.
And it's just because maybe the 40-year-old's going to take advantage, or maybe the 40-year-old just wants sex? Because
men are sexual in nature, right? They got what they wanted. They're going to keep looking for it, right?
Is the woman a child? Is the 18-year-old a child with no sense of understanding?
Legally, she's an adult, but as a 40-year-old, what do you want from an 18-year-old?
Do you think that she's mentally capable to like understand right from wrong and make a choice and have autonomy?
She's mentally immature, yes, and sexually immature, I would say.
I mean, there's 40-year-olds that are immature too. So I mean, what does that like? What's immaturity have to do with like? Should we start? Do you want like us to be able to tell people they're not allowed to date like comedians that are a little too goofy or something? Like, people are maturity shouldn't be. We hold.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Like, why make maturity a level of the? If you mean mature in how they act, like, that shouldn't be a reason we hold relationship backs, right?
There are some men that take advantage of young girls. But I think what Speakeasy's talking about is not those men. He's not talking about the older men that take advantage of girls and uses them and just like goes on to the next. He's talking about like a 40-year-old wanting to settle down.
Right.
Craig, what up though, bro? Yeah, I mean, just like the concept, like when you use, you know, with the school, I just think it's less likely when it comes to the maturity level that an 18-year-old would be mature as a 40-year-old or even a 30-year-old. You know, I just think it's less like at 18. I mean,
no, I'll even agree with that word. But my question would be, why does that matter? Why do you have to be as mature as? So, like, are we gonna start saying like you should only be allowed to date within a certain age range because they meet a maturity level? That's like, come on, right?
It's death do us apart. I mean, it's death do us apart. That's the whole point.
What does that have to do with the maturity level?
When do people like change
the maturity level matter?
Like even using like my personal experience, right? My first wife was 4 years younger than me, right? And when I met her, I'm being transparent and honest. You know, I was still on the street. I was hustling. And after we got married, I'm like, you know, I want a family. I got to stop doing this. So I start going to school. She still wanted to party. You know what I'm saying? She was still, and she was only 4 years younger than me. And like I said, I was much more mature, you know, at a younger age. But, and
that's right.
Like you said, that's the difference. I wasn't established yet, but I wasn't established yet, but I had, well, I'm not even, I was established. She took damn near 60K. Ran with the money. You know what I'm saying? So I was straight at first until she did that. And you know, a couple years later, you know, she basically came back, was like, I apologize for what I did, you know, just to come back. She tried to get back with me, and she admitted it was her immaturity that led her to do the things that she did. So,
or that was her excuse. You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. When you say immaturity, I'm wondering if maybe you guys are saying like they're not developed enough to make these long-term decisions.
They don't even know who they are yet.
So why should we consider them adults then?
That's my plight. I don't think people should be labeled adult until their brain is at minimum fully developed.
Well, so 25. So people should have to wait till they're 25 to like drink.
I think
that would probably be better.
Vote, drink.
Well, what people do
in the military.
What people do is whatever they missed out in life, they're going to get it, right? So I knew a girl who got married at 18 and got divorced at 25. Her perspective was just to have sex, right? Because she missed out a lot. And I say this on both sides. So maturity is about, understanding that.
I mean, and like I said, it is exceptions to every rule. So like, I understand what he's saying. Like, if you get that exception, and this woman, this young lady is willing to follow, this man, then you go have a successful life, but I don't think that's the masses. I just
it's
don't.
Riskier, right? The chances are riskier.
And
established
man,
people like back in the day were like buying homes and establishing families by like 25. By 25, they're already having homes and shit. Like, I don't know why we think all of a sudden.
But we're not back in the day anymore, though, right? Things have changed.
So you think our brains have underdeveloped? We haven't moved forward.
Yes. You don't think people are underdeveloped now with like internet and the way like people are raised different now? Like
backwards,
bro, come on.
People got more liberties, especially females.
So with more access to information, we have less knowledge in the world, is what you guys are saying?
More access to convenience.
No, to information.
It's like brain rot.
Well, maybe you guys consume the brain rot, but I don't. Right? Like, that's the thing. Like,
but you're also not 18.
You choose to consume, right?
Don't you think like more 18-year-olds are less mature now than back in the day? Like back in the day, they had them working like young, working the farms, being more. They didn't have like all these other distractions and like influences. Okay, so just two questions I have on this then. So does that mean you guys think like then anyone that's sleeps with someone under 25 should be, held legally responsible, since you guys think that should be a minor? And also, what about the 25-year-old with a 50-year-old? Oh, damn.
Hello, Word. What's up, brother?
Would you rather girl?
Oh, wait, who is that? Craig? What up, Craig? Sorry.
Hey, no, answer that. 25 and 50 now, then.
Can I give a little perspective?
You're moving the goalpost.
Well, yeah, you guys said adult is 25, so let's move the goalpost a little bit then.
But that's not adult. That's
right. That's not an adult. But if you guys want to consider that an adult, let's do it. 25.
Let's start with the basics of being in a relationship. Okay, so when you get into a relationship and you get married, that's a contract.
Well, that's what marriage is to people that are like secular and shit, which is why.
No. That is a legal binding contract.
Well, yeah, I understand that what marriage is right now, but I don't look at marriage this way. I look at marriage as the sacrament of God.
If let me use this as a for instance, I'm 50 years old. I'll be 50. I'll be 51 next month. Would it be in my best interest to date somebody that's 18 years old that hasn't lived any life whatsoever? Or would it be more in line with what I want to do is to date and marry somebody who already has an established value of what they want out of life and they know where they're going?
Why can't the 18-year-old know that?
Let's start with
I'm not saying
25
that they
because he moved
don't.
it to
I'm just asking a
25.
question to you.
Yeah, I think 18-year-olds can know this for sure.
Do you think that an 18-year-old has had as much life experience as I have at 50?
No.
Well, it depends. If you mean time on this planet,
Not
clearly
time,
not,
life
right?
experience.
But life experience, it's definitely possible.
Wait, what's
And, like,
possible? That the
I would have
18-year-old
to
has as
know-
much
I
experience
would
as
have
a
to know
50?
as well. I would also have to know as well when you say your best interests. You said you're 51, right?
Yep.
Say your best interest involves having children. And you're asking me, is it my best interest to date the 18-year-old or the 50-year-old? I'd say, my friend, if you date the 50-year-old, say bye-bye to children.
Not necessarily.
So, yeah, it would
because
actually depend on what your best interests are.
So
Why did the
me at
50-year-old wait
51
so long?
I don't know. It could be any amount of reasons.
I have
Right?
children that are older than an 18-year-old. So would it be okay for me to go to my children and say, "Hey, I'm gonna make this woman your stepmom"?
Yeah, why
half
not?
your
Why
age?
wouldn't it be? Why
No.
wouldn't it be? They probably wouldn't look up to her as a stepmom because of the age. So there'd be like
That
a
sound like-
psychological barrier for them, but that doesn't mean you couldn't do it. I don't think there'd be anything wrong with that.
And then I could tell my 18-year-old grandson that it's okay for me to date an 18-year-old.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be anything wrong with this.
I don't think
Oh, that's a bit fishy. That's a bit fishy.
What would be wrong
would be
with
appropriate.
Like, so
Yeah, that's
I
why we all have different
understand-
morals.
This is why I said
Right.
I understand it gives you the ick, but there's no logical reasoning behind this, right? Like
And that's what I'm saying. Is you need to be somebody that's like-minded as you are and headed in the same direction you are. And then also,
That's right.
you're asking
That's
the
right.
responsibility of an 18-year-old. At the age of 50, something could happen to me tomorrow and I could be incapacitated. Would that 18-year-old then would it be fair to the 18-year-old to have to dealing with my issues on a day-to-day basis? Because it right then and there,
fair, like yeah, I mean, life's not fair, but I mean fair in the sense of like, is it somebody else's fault and they're suffering the consequences? No. She has autonomy, same as you, to get into the relationship, and there'd be no problem here.
But speak
right?
easy. An 18-year-old, the experience an 18-year-old has is only experience as a child. That's the only experience they've had is as a
That's
child.
right. Well, this is not actually true. So when you say the only experience they've had as a child, what do you mean by that?
Well, they're 18,
experience-
right? So all the
what
experience they've
experience
lived.
yeah, so just which one is it, Commander? Like, give me some like experiences.
Have
as
they
an
had
adult
spiritual growth?
from a child?
Have they had spiritual growth?
I don't know. Maybe.
I doubt it.
Maybe they grew up a Christian.
They went to school and went to prom and went to movies and probably got a part-time
No,
summer
their
job.
parents bought them clothes,
Yeah,
filled the fridge.
Most
Yeah.
majority of 18-year-olds, they
and I would say the bulk of failed relationships is solely responsible on the basis of financial stability, because people are not financially stable when they're in a relationship. They're not stable before they get into a relationship. Being in the relationship doesn't fix that instability. It just makes it worse.
I will say there's some
So-
18-year-olds that have raised their little siblings, right? They have had experience raising little kids. But some of those don't even want to have kids because they've raised their little siblings that they want to not jump into that right away.
and you know what? I was like, I was that I helped raise my sisters, but even that aspect, it's totally fucking different having your own kids than helping raising your brothers and sisters. That shit is totally fucking different.
It is.
It ain't even comparable. But I understand what you say. It's an experience, real life experience, and taking care of a kid. But
Changing diapers, making bottles, stuff like that. I mean, taking them to school, helping them get dressed. But I think most
Yeah, but like, what
women
is
like
wrong
that
with
don't
like?
really want to hurry up and have kids because they're kind of tired of taking care of little kids.
So in this hypothetical I posed earlier too, like the 40-year-old, say he was like no kids, he wanted to establish a family now and whatnot. So they would be both going through that together. That'd be something they'd be learning together. They both don't have that experience.
Right.
Like things
And
like
that is
there's
true.
not much things you can say that you can experience as an adult that you can't experience growing into an adult. There's not many things.
But if
Besides things you're not legally allowed to do as a minor.
But him, even his 40 years of experience, especially if he established, he understands what responsibility is. That 18-year-old will be learning what responsibility is. On that
Yeah,
level,
so why can't
you know?
he teach his
He could
wife
teach her. Yeah.
those things?
If that's something
My
that
wife's
you're
older than
agreeable
me. My wife's older than me, and I've taught her lots. You can ask her that yourself. I've taught her lots of things. She'll protest that shit herself. So, like, you don't have to be like have as much experience as the other person to teach them something, right?
No, you don't. And that's
Technically, she has more life experience than me, right? But I was able to teach her.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's I don't see an actual logical reason, and I do get it, right? I do get the feeling you get, like, oh shit, 40, 18, damn, like, right? Like, I do get that initial feeling, but this is what I was talking about my thoughts here and how I went through the logical reasoning of why I thought this way about it, and it's nothing other than it just gave me like a ugh. But nothing actually is actually wrong with that.
Yeah,
There isn't. There isn't. Do you know what?
It would fall, like you said, under the intent, because even the hypothetical, is hypothetical. I mean, we can't say that's why every older man looks so young, but with that hypothetical aspect, I don't see why somebody older, like a man, young females. I mean, shit is a fucking liability. I just feel like fucking liability.
Exactly.
Even
I agree.
The wrong female. I'm not even gonna say young, but the wrong female is a liability.
Hey, but when women grow up,
go ahead. My bad.
when women grow up, when you ask them what they want from a man, they always say a God-fearing man. Can you get a God-fearing man at 18 years old as a man?
I don't know why
Like an 18-year-old God-fearing man who's 18? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know why a man would fear God.
I don't know why a woman.
You definitely could.
My bad.
That. Yeah, I was just gonna say, why couldn't you have that? Like, why can't like when you say a God-fearing man, you're just saying in the sense of like a man who follows God, and like I'm wondering why can't that be an 18-year-old?
Is there anything wrong with a 50-year-old woman marrying?
I don't know if you guys
19-year-old dude?
know like how there's plenty of 18-year-olds in the Christian community, right? Like,
oh, there's 18-year-olds all over the world. I mean, there's a lot of 18-year-olds.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like it seems like we're saying like an 18-year-old couldn't be a man that has an established path mindset where he knows what he wants to do with his life and he's staying to that standard. I don't know
why. I would say there might be 18-year-olds that are more God-fearing than an older person,
right? Some of us are the school that learns from their own mistakes. That's me. And then there's people that learn from other people's mistakes. That's the people I'm trying to inspire. Right. So like those people, they actually think ahead of time and like, well, I don't want to be what that guy was or what that guy is or what this person did or that. So I'm gonna be on the straight path here. Like there's plenty of people that, especially if you go back in time here, where the two family household was a big thing. Those people were buying houses, had families, everything by 25.
Hey, if we're going with legal age, there's some states where you can legally get married at 16. And then in Iraq, they're proposing as young as 9 years old. I'm not sure if it passed already.
So the global consensus of an adult is 18, and the reason being is that part of your brain, the neural part of the prefrontal cortex part, the part that's meant for helping you with long-term decision making, that part it develops more significantly up until the age 18 than it does from 18 to 25, and this is why we've come to this consensus. Right?
For men or for women? For men or for women?
Both. For human beings in general.
Yeah. That's how
in general.
With the standard of 18 as an adult, to establish it, to be established as an adult.
So why are 16-year-olds allowed to get married?
Because their parents give consent for that.
Yeah, and like some states still have laws that give. And like there was different reasons for these laws, obviously, but yeah, I don't condone. People marrying said 60.
Yeah, me too. Who do you think matures faster, or who do you think matures appropriately, men or women?
Men.
Who matures faster?
Not faster. Wrong word. But who, women or men, appropriately? Who matures appropriately, women or men?
If they put in the ideal state, I think men do.
I think that's a touchy situation. I don't think you put men or women into that box. I think that everybody's uniquely individual.
Maybe based on their experience.
If you take a man that was in a household with a mother only, with no siblings, they're going to mature in one level. You take a man that's in the house with the mother and siblings, it'll be different. Or if you take a man that's in a household with a father only, or with a household with a father only and siblings, or a nuclear family.
Well, what if someone is in foster care? I think foster kids sometimes mature faster.
So just to say that everybody's the same is different.
Actually, you know what's actually a good thing that I did see it just pointed out in chat here, and it's a good point. So you said you're 50 and the 18-year-old, right? So when we're talking about the mental capacity here, from 18 to 25 is the rest of the development. And then from 25 on, it starts deteriorating. So your prefrontal cortex would be a lot more deteriorated than
you're preserving.
So you would actually be the one that has less of a mental capacity, if that's the.
Oh shit!
I'm self-employed and I've already worked 25 years.
Y'all 50-year-olds are slow.
I don't necessarily need an 18-year-old in my life.
Come at me, bro.
Could I do that? Yes, I could.
That's why 40-year-olds are looking for 18-year-olds, because they shit deteriorating.
Yeah, that's
I think a woman's body matures faster, but I think men mature. They mature quite early in life. If a man has struggled through life, they mature very fast.
Yeah.
But a woman's body, they mature, 13 years old, they say.
Earlier than that now. I've got nieces that are under the age of 10 that are already in their menstrual cycle.
Well, that's because of the hormones and
I think
the
this
foods.
has a lot to do with the foods we have now. I've talked about this a lot. Yeah.
True.
So it is, everything now is not really necessarily at a point where people have to go out and work for knowledge, because we have information all around us. The world of information is is instant. And we don't
It's how
have
you
this-
it's how you conceptualize the information. You can read information, but yeah, I don't think a lot of people know how to conceptualize information, and that's when you get older. So when you say men start deteriorating, I don't believe that.
Our brains,
Their body deteriorates.
Your prefrontal cortex after 25, it starts deteriorating. Yeah.
Your brain is part of your body, and when your body deteriorates, your brain does too. I'm sorry to tell you. Your cognitive.
No,
Right
I'm
now,
talking
as much as you don't want to
spiritually.
believe that, you're deteriorating right now, my friend. That is life. We're all deteriorating.
You know how,
But you know how you
you've
can
never.
fight this? You know how you can fight this a little bit? Good technique that I always tell my chat about. What I do, I literally look for something new every day to learn. Because it's proven that when you learn something, you build new neural pathways in your brain. And these are new ones being built so that you essentially can keep building neural pathways in your brain. And there's science that shows that this does actually extend your life as well. So
it's true.
Look for something on purpose to learn every day, and you'll build some new neural pathways in there. Fight it.
Somebody at 50.
This is why your grandma plays like word puzzles.
I was going to say that someone at 50 told me, when you reach my age, go get a Sudoku and go through it. You're right.
But I mean, learning new information. When you learn new information to store in your brain, that's when you're building new neural pathways in your brain.
The quality of education over the last 100 years has drastically changed too. Because even in my day, when I was in high school, and I was doing algebra and mathematics and stuff, my grandmother in her 60s could do long division, multiple long form numbers in her mind faster than I could do it on a calculator.
Yeah, I've even watched some really cool.
So I mean,
that people have been working on that. They have theory that like basically your brain could essentially live forever.
I believe this. Your body can, yes.
Yeah, so they're actually like, this is one of the things that I really enjoy learning
But
about.
a part of that is spiritual. You know what I mean? It's the soul aspect of the mind and body, right?
Do you think a man not having sex for long periods of time deteriorates them?
Deteriorates them? Yeah,
In
I
some
think
way?
it would definitely do. There's definitely negative effects that this can have for the man. Yeah, but you definitely can mitigate these negative effects and live just a perfectly fine life. You could live and die completely healthy with never having sex. So. As much as it seems like a need because of how much humans enjoy it and the strength of the urges for it, but it's not a need whatsoever.
I had to move you over, bro. Your head looked funny on my body. I'm like, hold on, man. But I hate to cut.
I didn't even notice that.
I gotta get up and take my son to the dentist in the morning.
Good night, everyone. Good night,
Thanks for having me. Listen, everybody in my chat, make sure you guys come over here to the Words channel. Give a sub, give a like on the stream. All right. Don't forget it. I just shared it there. Make sure y'all go.
Appreciate you, my brother.
Thanks
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me, Word.
Yeah, it was good meeting you, Craig.
Hey, easy before you get off. Have you ever met a man who punched a bull?
Punched a bull?
Punched a bull.
No, I don't think so.
Now you have. Say what up to my boy Craig.
Word. Just out here punching bulls. Let's go.
I have a sentiment. It can get the better of me. Hey, make sure you drop your link in the Words channel so people can grab that before you jump out.
Okay, yeah, I'll write something in the chat here.
Yeah, and I drop it. Damn, Craig, I gotta give you a wrench, bro. You still ain't got a wrench.
Hey, I don't worry about it, brother. You know me. I'm here for you no matter what. Wrench, no wrench, doesn't matter to me whatsoever. So,
bro, I got you, bro.
But thank you for having me. Nice to meet you, Speakeasy. I'll check
Yeah, it
the
was
channel
nice
out
meeting
and see if
you
I
as
can
well.
jump in there at some point. So,
Word. All right, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you as always. Great conversation.
As always. Easy.
Have a good one. All right, chat. Appreciate y'all coming through. My bad. Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning. Freaking migraine, but hi from Speakeasy. What up, though? Appreciate you. But y'all know what I always say: care about how you feel. These are the conversations to build nation. And if I said anything that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button, tell somebody, help me spread the word. But until next time, we out. King Black out. What up, though?
And do it for the 9.
What up, 9?
Acknowledge me!
They've been telling y'all love, and I can't even tell y'all right. The way you feel influences the way you think, and the way you think dictates the actions you take.
You there, sitting at home, acknowledge me.
When I move, it's an earthquake rumble. I won't ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.